What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? It's good to be with you guys today. What's going on? I cannot see myself. Hopefully I'm on the screen, but let's rock and roll. Hey, it's good to be back with you guys. There we go. Now I see myself. Hey. Let's start the show, guys. Welcome to it. It's Trade the Pool. We're ready to get to another day here. Tuesday, starting off with a little bit of a bounce, but of course coming in with the sour tune that maybe the AI bubble has broken. Oh no. Yes, the bubble, it seems to have come out of the stocks, and we are definitely falling as the Qs were down there to 674s this morning, breaking a new low. And you know what they say about new lows, you got to go. We'll see what happens as the Qs continue breaking down and no signs of bottoming for the time being. Another thing to note is that even good earnings continue being sold off, and that's a sign of concern. Right. So at this point, we got to continue watching, seeing where we're coming back down to and where we could be going. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, there's a little bit of some weekly support around the 670s. But after that, there's a pocket, and that pocket could bring us back all the way back into the 640s, 650 range. I know no one probably wants to hear that right now, but it seems like right now the Qs are struggling to hold. And when we get earnings reports that are good and continuing downside action, that is not good news, right? So, of course, Intel continuing down now towards 87.11, even though good report, right? Google's report, really good report. Starting to bounce back at least. At least we have one of them that's starting to come back. We're going to talk more about that action, more about what's going on in the semis, more what's happening underneath the belt. And of course, we'll go into the different areas also to take a look into maybe some cyclical names. I gave you a name yesterday, ANF, looking for the move. That continued to go higher. And I think there's still names to look at, right? I talked about a potential squeeze on Lulu. Lulu finishing higher. We'll take a look at some cyclical names to kind of keep an eye out on what we can be watching. Maybe we continue in the defensive department, right? Walmart continuing higher this morning, up there towards 114.18s. Lots to get into, so let's kick off the playbook. Let's talk about the sunrise. Let's cover it all right here. It's Trade the Pool. Let's get after it. All right, traders, and a lot of you guys are probably wondering, how do I keep up with all the action? Well, of course, we always got different shows for you guys to keep up with and giveaways to help you guys continue moving forward in your trading journey. Right now, in the pinned comments, go ahead and hit that link. We're actually going to be doing a giveaway today during the J&J show. So if you want to kind of get after a 25K eval, hit that link right now in the comments. And of course, we'll continue to push, right? It's right there in the live chat. It should be pinned up so that you guys can click on that. All right, let's get to the trade. Of course, ANF has been on my radar since yesterday. I'm going to continue watching it as it's an apparel leader here on the breakout. You could also look at, like I mentioned yesterday, AEO also getting the lift. And now we start to look to see if we get Urban to turn around to the upside. Of course, one of the leaders in this space has actually been Victoria's Secret. So just be careful out there. We'll see what happens. I think it's VSKY. And so VXXY, we'll see if this one can continue going. It's already getting a little bit of a lift there in the pre-market. Recovery day yesterday, this could be popping above. And we'll also be taking a look at the names that kind of got the party started, which was Levi's. And if you look at the XRT, this is also the tell sign. Right, retail overall getting a nice little bounce back. I've also seen it in even like, let's say, the discount retailers like a KSS, right? And you could go to like a Ross, right? Ross stores continuing through the highs. This one right now trading up there towards 243s and continuing to push this morning. So yes, is the apparel move on? Are the cyclicals making moves? Oh, yeah. We'll take a look to see if these trades can continue. And this could be an area to kind of go to while the market is struggling. Another area in that space, right, is Airbnb. This is a trade that I gave you guys. I was looking at it yesterday. I was thinking that this could start to come back right back to the daily high where I had traded this before. I had traded this in the 140s up there towards the 148, 150 area. We're getting an opportunity back below the 140s. It undercut towards 135. Now it's trying to lift off towards that 150. I actually like this on the longer term chart also. I think this is one name that is finally trying to have its day in the sun, as I like to say, and we'll see what happens. Can it finally get out of this trend line and really make a move? It has the potential. The setup is there. And of course, one of the major things I think that most people don't know is that Airbnb has been making massive changes to the way they're going about their business. And I think this is opening the door for more upside. Of course, this stock IPO'd right around this price also. So that recovery of that 150 is very important. And what do you see down here? Lots of volume. That could be all the investors trying to get out, right? Trying to get out. And now finally, you have the potential for Airbnb to get the move. This is one name I don't want to miss. All right, let's keep going. Let's take another look into another name. It's another little boring one, but boring has been working right now, and that's what I want to stick to. Look at this weekly chart in Honeywell. Of course, recently Honeywell had, of course, it had a split, and then it also had a spin-off, right? And so it did come down recently in the last year, right? So you saw really quickly it was up here towards 250s, came back down fast, but now has been coming up in a hurry to the upside. I think Honeywell is ready for another break above 250, and this one is a little bit of a sneaky AI player and has continued to make moves. With Honeywell going higher, I'll also be watching GE to go higher, right? So we can take a look at this space. The XLI is another thing to kind of look into here because we need to see continued oil breakdown, right? Because if oil doesn't break down or bounces back and gets, well above, let's say 90s going into the 100, that's when this trade starts to break down. So if you want your negation look, that's what you need to be looking at. We'll see if we get the continued lift this morning. Let's continue in the report. Let's go what we're going to get into now. Let's go to a potential theme that we need to watch for today. Of course, the value trade kind of took over yesterday as NVIDIA came down even with good news, right? Went down now towards 196 and 195. How much further are we going to see NVIDIA fall here, of course? And those are all kind of concerns out there. We're going to talk more about what's going on underneath the hood here with our sunrise report. So let's get right to that sunrise and talk about what's going on in the market. Why are we seeing this downside action? What happened to the KOSPI? And we'll talk all about also some earning stocks, Coca-Cola, UPS. Let's get into the action and take a look at what's going on. All right, SPY holding on for dear life right now because that's the way I feel like, and it is. I've been trying to stay bullish. They're starting to break me, guys. They're starting to turn me on the bear side, and we'll see what happens. I think what really needs to happen is this week, right? Wednesday, if we don't get some type of comeback action, that's when really going to be some type of kind of determining factor for the continuation to the downside. One of the things that we want to see is can we finally get a stock that can report good earnings and actually see upside lift versus these good earnings and seeing downside hits? That's the exact opposite of what we're looking for. Let's talk about what happened in the market overnight and what's going on right now. Of course, this skeptic case about NVIDIA's $250 billion OpenAI backstop turned into the market's actual read going into yesterday. NVIDIA sold 5% on Monday on the debate. Asia woke up to a 10.8% KOSPI rout. Samsung, worst day in almost 2 decades. Yes, you heard that right. in almost 20 years. Samsung had its worst day. SK Hynix down nearly 15%. KOSPI down about 18% in Tokyo. U.S. chips futures are red across the board, but Coca-Cola and UPS both beat and raised into the open, and the Dow futures are green. So this is how you see those tape. It's kind of wicked, right? Take a look there. Coca-Cola this morning already trading up there to 87.55s. That tells me to look for a potential move in Pepsi today to the upside. Of course, I'm going to be watching for Pepsi on this play. I was talking about it yesterday, how it could be a good play. Of course, Coca-Cola's earnings already up there to 142. Looking for quick dips out the gates to maybe dip my toes in some of these defensive plays. I also like Celsius, and I can mention another one that's been an interesting big breakout as of late, which is Oatly Group. This thing has been just squeezing and squeezing after going EBITDA positive in the last 4 or 5 days. So you guys can see here how strong the action is on some of these, right? Of course, UPS also came in and beat. So this is another example of beating but getting destroyed, right? So it doesn't matter if you beat and raise even, you're still seeing the downside action. This just goes to show me conversation that I talk about here all the time, where it doesn't matter the expectations, even the estimates, right? UPS here beats, it raises guidance, and takes the takedown. This is called industry look. This is called market outlook. It doesn't matter what the hell UPS did. It didn't matter even if they beat it by whatever number, surprise to the upside. It's still on the downside action. This is the market that we're in right now, and this is something that we need to catch. This is the pattern that has changed when before, if you had good earnings, let's say 2 or 3 weeks ago, you were getting the upside reward. Now, this is a telling sign, right? Good earnings and still getting the smackdown. All right, of course, let's go to some micro news, of course. South Korea benchmark is really the focus at really kind of turning the market, right? A lot of concern coming with that report that came out yesterday on China kind of chips. And I think this is kind of supply concerned. Another thing is, of course, all the lobbying talk that's been going on in Washington right now between Apple trying to get China chips approved for kind of non-domestic use. It's not for US use, but they're just trying to use it for the worldwide use. But there's some players like Micron that are also lobbying against this and being like, well, you start to do this. This is the easy way that you just start to kind of destroy the world's supply again. And next thing you know, China's just trying to just kind of ruin that demand that we were getting, right? Micron wants to continue seeing upside. They don't want to let these Asia chips in. And Apple is pushing hard for the other side. Right. So I think you're seeing a lot of lobbying out there. And that's another thing that we might not even know of. Right. So those are the types of things that can affect the market underneath the hood where we're not understanding what's going on. And a lot of that is because of the battle for China chips. Coca-Cola up 2%. Of course, we just talked about that. UPS higher on beat and raise up. Yep, it was higher on beat and raise. Even my AI got it wrong because it expected it to be higher. And there, you see it. It's not higher, right, guys? That's just the way it is. AMD and Intel down 3%, both trading lower on that section-wide outlook. Another name that I think is interesting, AMKR. Really good earnings on this one. This one did guide down, so I will give you at least maybe the guidance being the factor that it takes the hit. But then it announces a amazing deal with TSM and still doesn't get any type of reward for that. So this type of action just shows us more and more. The semis are not getting the love. And I think the one report that I'll be really interested in tonight, and you guys can, of course, catch that action tonight right here on Trade the Pool, is KLAC. This will be a tell sign for me. If this continues to just keep getting wrecked, that's not good signs for the market. All right, that's going to do it for at least the Sunrise Report. We can talk more about the action with, of course, Michael Noss coming up. And then, of course, in focus is just Wednesday's 2 p.m., the Fed decision. And there was a leak put out there by Citadel that they expect to see a potential hike rate, the rate going up. Oh, no, that would be a surprise. And maybe does someone out there know something? And that's why the market's reacting the way it is. Because if they know it's out there, the market might be pricing that hike in already. Citadel gave us the information. I don't think they would just put it out there for no reason, especially information like that. Let's go to the conversation. Let's open it. Let's expand it. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's talk about what's going on in the market. How are we doing this morning, Michael?
We're doing good. And my opinion, if Citadel knew anything, they would have made more than putting your money in a checking account for the last 2 years, right? Like if they had any insider knowledge about what, a bunch of random Fed people located all over the world were going to do, it's like, come on, use that to make a dollar, right? I think their last year's return, which was an epic bull market, was like 4.5%, with rates at like 6. So I don't know. That's what I'm thinking about Citadel personally. I don't make some money and then I'll believe that you have any idea to know what you're talking about at all. All right. Now let's just look. There's not really much going on in the market still, right? So the overall market just still inside this range. We barely held the low of this range for yesterday. We gapped up, we sold back off. Last 3 days now, this kind of 740-ish area has been support on the SPY. The average large cap stock did amazing yesterday. It was a new all-time closing high, so congratulations. Just more evidence that if you're looking at this and you're saying, wow, this market's bad and scary and everything's going down and all of that, you're just focused on the Qs. Because the Qs had a bad day. The Qs are in a little bit of a sell, but the average stock did absolutely great yesterday. Had a great time. We were up on IWM. We held up. We were near yesterday's high. We did great. So RSP is 500 of the largest equally weighted stocks. The IWM is 2,000 of kind of your mom and pa organization. The more boots on the ground, I guess, is a good way to look at them. They're the people who are, the small banks, the small biotechs, the small industrial companies, the guys building things and all of that. They did great yesterday. RSP, average large cap stock, did great yesterday. Actually, new all-time closing high. You can't do better than that than being at the highest price you've ever been in the history. Right? There's not a lot of new all-time highs in bear markets. So I'll just put it that way. So everyone who's saying, we're in a bear market and everything looks awful and everything's bad. Again, you just need you're focused in the one place of the market that seems to really be getting clapped, and just don't is kind of the way I would look at it. Unless you're looking for an oversold bounce, the things that like MU or something like this, and you're saying, okay, this has to go higher. Okay, maybe. But in the meantime, we have tons of other stuff that's going higher. We have it's like this candle is a little higher, almost all-time closing high in healthcare. We have financials with an all-time closing high in financials. If you go XLI, which is our industrial sector, very close to an all-time high in industrials. So there's tons of sectors out there that are doing amazing. And as I just showed you, most stocks are doing great. Tech's down. Right? This is the moment where you really look and you say, well, am I a trader or an investor, or whatever you want to call yourself, or am I just someone that buys tech and benefits only when tech goes up? And if you can just look at your portfolio and tell that, you don't need to, guess. If you are making money when the Qs go up and you're losing money when the Qs go down, you're not really trading. You're just kind of a tech investor, which is fine. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Now, on the tech side of things, I saw this that was super cool. Again, not the fundamental guy. I love Duality Research and what they do over there, where he charts out the forward PE, the forward expected PE, and we are almost down. We are below right here. This is the tariff tantrum low, and we are almost to the low that we had in April 2026. So these are the averages, right? The 5-year average on technology forward PE is 25, and the 10-year average is 22. So we're actually pretty close. We're well below that now, almost 5% or so below what normal price earnings. So if anybody was a fundamental dude of things, and you're like, oh, I'm going to buy when we're fundamentally cheap. Well, if forward PE is your metric, we are below these historical norms for both 5-year and 10 years. So maybe it's time to start looking at it. I just don't know if this is the chart that I want to fight and deal with versus just looking at kind of the average stock. This to me looks very healthy. We moved up, we made an all-time high, we pulled back ever so slightly, like 2-3%, the closest we've been from all-time high, and then we broke out. This looks very bull flaggy to me. So the average stock is out there. You just need to make sure that you're not overexposed to the things that make the SPY, which is 30% technology. And you can just see if we rank on how techy the index is, right? RSP would probably be the least techy. Then you got the SPY would be a little bit more. You can see a little bit weaker and a little bit below all-time highs. And the Qs would be the most. And that's well below highs and well below this one as well. So very much please just get us out of this range. I'm very excited for tomorrow that maybe we can get something either to the up or downside going and get some action. However, just understand what it is that you're doing. If you are looking at this market and it feels bearish to you, then it's simply I am too invested in tech. It is a bear market in tech. It is not a bear market in your average stock. Your average stock is at all-time highs. So just look at your portfolio and have a solid, I guess, and an honest think with yourself and what it is you're trying to do.
Yeah, I think you got to look deep, and this is why earnings aren't everything, right? I mean, I look into so many of these reports, and the numbers are just still really good, and that's the problem here, right? And so
the problem is such a lag, right? By the time you hear the earnings, they're talking about stuff that happened 3 months ago, right? So it's always going to be backwards.
I mean, yeah, but the earnings are good. We should see good reactions if they beat the expectations, right? You said it yourself. You were on here and you've told me that, like right here on this show, that if you beat expectations and the bar was set here and you give earnings up here, that you should see price go to there.
It also depends where the expectations are set from, right? So, I've seen the same. This is part of the problem with fundamental stuff, right? Is that whose estimates are you going off of? If you look at like 5 different websites, you can get 5 different earnings estimates depending on whether they like aggregate them or weight them to people who are more, right? There's not like one committee that comes along and says these are our estimates. It's more about but yeah, if you're smacking earnings out of the water and you're more importantly guiding forward at a higher rate than people expect, then in theory, if they believe you and your forward guidance, then yeah, you should go up. But
that's not the way that it works, man. Unfortunately.
So then why focus on earnings at all, right? Like why look at them in any way?
That's the truth, Michael. That's why I don't trade off of earnings, right? Like that's why I don't have an algo that says, "Hey, beat, buy," because we've already seen how those work, Michael. We've seen it. It just doesn't work. They don't matter in the short run. They matter in the long run. And so we're talking like a year or two. So yeah, if you have really good earnings, let's say you beat, raise, and you keep doing that for 2 years and your price doesn't go up, then yeah, I would say, yeah, the fundamentals, you just toss them out in the trash, right? But the truth is they're just one factor, one variable of the way that the market works. In this case, what we're seeing is a overall unwinding of tech right now, unwind of the AI trade. So they don't care if you do well on your earnings. One stock does not make up the collective, right? And so what we're seeing is more a collective mindset into tech. Let's explore that conversation. Let's talk more about it. We got Airplane Jane on. Let's see how she thinks about the market, and then we can maybe bring the picture together with all our thinking.
Hey, thank you guys.
What up?
Right now I am definitely seeing. Can you guys hear me as well? I'm just the new
You're-
setup.
you're-
I just
you're
want to make sure
rocking.
all is good. Okay.
You're rocking.
Thank you. So, looking at the market, you guys know I do the broader perspective of what I see going on with that bigger money. And right now, I am starting to see that everything except for RSP, I will say that RSP is up above that bigger money level at 213.50. Other than that, I'm starting to see a bigger sell-off on the names. The fear is in play with FOMC happening tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And I think the rate hike has been something that Warsh has been talking about for a while. He was saying, I might just have to raise rates. So this is not anything new. And the positioning of the bigger money is showing me that they have set up for a bit of a downward turn. The only area that I'm seeing a potential for it to move up is with SDOW, SDOW with the inverse indicator for the DIA. Right now, we are hanging out at 2376, meaning if it goes lower, then we'll see the Dow go higher or DIA. And right now they sold it at 2402. So that could be in relation to Boeing's spectacular earnings. However, that could quickly turn around if people sell into the strength today. So looking to see if the market is really going to hold its height up here. I've been seeing that the bigger money has been dropping their levels. So for the for the SPY, it's down at 748.34. For the Qs, I see their bigger money level is at 709. They have dropped it down from 712. Also on Mag 7, Mag 7, there we go. They have it at 63.20. We're currently roughly around 63.40. So just above on the Mag 7. Like Michael was saying, is this the oversold bounce that they are going to sell into? There's a lot to look at politically as well. The gold and silver trade, they're right there at the cusp. It could go up, it could go down. And USO, we see that they're at 120.09. So they have been buying oil. They have been buying the dollar. Is this going to continue? We've seen that Japan has been dumping US bonds. So what is that telling us about the strength of the dollar overall? If we see that oil is increasing, that is going to create a higher cost of goods, right? So that's going to increase our CPI. So a lot of things in play. I think Michael's right. We need to see what's going on tomorrow at 2 o'clock with FOMC. Not so much as a, hey, this is the rate that's going to put us in motion, but that's the catalyst for the movement. The bigger money has already placed their trades, and tomorrow is going to be the fireworks day, probably around 2:30 into the close and continuation into Thursday and Friday. What do you guys think?
So I brought up while you were chatting just to see if anyone, if I'm just a cynical dude or if anyone cares about what Citadel said this morning. They don't. So the cool thing, so this is the Fed Watch tool, is now it's a 70% chance they don't do anything. And then yesterday it was a 64% chance. So they actually increased the probability. And this, so there's two different ways I'm going to show. One is Kalshi, which is just, buying and selling prediction contracts. And then the other is this, which is how, surveys and people just how they're pricing in the changes, and they think there's less probability today that there's a hike than there is yesterday. And then Kalshi, these things kind of move in lockstep. Same thing there, right? There was pretty much no change in what they were talking about. So Maybe. I don't know. Is it Siddle just trying to get a headline, trying to grab a headline? Is it, you want to slap on the tinfoil hat? Are they trying to spook people to get lower price? I don't know. But it's, if you knew anything, Siddle is a perfect example of edge decay. They used to make a whole bunch of money when they were the only person in the payment for order flow business. All of the order flow came from Robinhood, and it was, those people were more actively trading meme stocks, and they made a ton of money. And in the last 2-3 years, because they have to publish their returns, they have to pay out people, these aren't hidden things, these guys have dramatically underperformed even the overall market. So I don't think the market's giving any stake. Now, if they turn out to be right, that's great. If you want to take a shot at it, right, you can look at what the market's expecting, and it's what, 20% roughly. So it's it's about 30 on the Fed watch, and it's about 25, 26 on Kalshi. So 4 times your money if someone wants to make a bet that they're going to do anything tomorrow. But I think, just like most meetings, what we're looking for is not the actual decision. It's, okay, how much does he hint towards maybe next time, or maybe down the road looking to? Does he come out and say, no, everything's fine, and the market just absolutely rips? Or does he just drop more hints of raising in the future? And then if he does, you go, okay, well, maybe this one's happening. But it would make it hugely impactful if they actually do something, because the market is not currently pricing in, and you generally don't see most stocks at all-time highs if they're going to jack rates. So I don't know, if you're worried about your portfolio, it's one benefit of these contracts. You could buy it. If they do it, you could 4 times your money there, and that will hopefully hedge against any downside risk. Or the other way to do it would just be VIX, because if they come out and shock everyone, you better believe there's going to be some sort of VIX spike. So you could just, put a little bit of VIX in your back pocket for tomorrow. Note that, right, the VIX is going to be elevated going in tomorrow because we have all the earnings and the FOMC meetings and all that. So if nothing happens, you're going to lose. It's not a, break even if nothing happens and make a ton of money. It's lose a little bit of money if nothing happens, but you make a ton of money if it does. So those are some ways to play around it if you think the whole world's wrong. And I don't know, I might do some hedging. I'm long a bunch of stuff right now. Maybe I put some money into, I can't do Kalshi, but I think I can do Polymarket. It's the same thing, right? You did Polymarket once, Jane, right? They just take Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I did it last time for interest rate hike when it was like 1 to 100.
Yeah, well, those would be the good ones to get. This is like 1 to 4, which is still,
which is a higher probability for sure. And you have to look at, I think as well, what did Citadel do is, in the past, they've really been shorting the market as well. So if they're putting out there that it's a potential short trade, that's not a surprise at all, because they are looking to make money, and hey, it's the elevator down. So why not go ahead and advertise that and see what the market's going to do, and give them, if they market to sell, then they can buy and it'll rip higher as well. So we got to see, I think we also have to see what's on CNN, CNBC, Jim Cramer. What are his thoughts? Because if it's an inverse Jim Cramer move, let's do it.
Well, and so when that's done, I think really the real story is earnings, right? A 70% chance that nothing happens, I think, is fine. But then after that, we have something that is a true kind of 50-50 more binary event. And it's just all those earnings that we've talked about. We have like 4 or 5 different huge companies tomorrow that are reporting earnings, and then we have Apple again on Thursday. So like Meta, Robinhood, a lot of these things come out. So we have not only the Fed thing, which could be event, could be a non-event, but then we have earnings, which is got to do something. So between one of those, I'm just hoping that this range that we're staring at on my charts, like, please just up or down, I don't really care at this point. Let's just do something. This is just such a slog that it could be a midterms thing, could be a summer thing, but I just think we have enough now that's finally going to get this thing that hasn't moved now since May. Something, right? Something going on to trade.
Whatever happened with Trump saying he was going to end the Fed? and the IRS. Wasn't he talking about that like 3 weeks ago for the end of this month today, July 28th? So
We'll see
maybe
what
there's going to be
happens.
some crazy fireworks that's going to
Yeah.
create that his new IRS income revenue stream. Oh, that's interesting.
He,
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
were you guys going to get a check? Wasn't that the big thing from the tariffs? There's like all kinds of stuff.
Oh
that
yeah, no,
you guys
no,
are going to get a fat tariff check?
no. It's still coming. It's still
Oh,
coming.
okay.
Just like the Iran deal is the peace deal, right?
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
the other one was what day one. That's when Putin and Zelensky would figure it out. The first day.
Yeah, no.
Well, I think we're going to see Iran attack.
still going.
Like, do we even
I think
hear
that's
about
the
you-
latest
you-
we're going to see.
We actually have heard some rumors on that, Jane, and so yeah, that is out there.
Well,
DFNS, right? Yesterday, guys, just to highlight a nice degenerate stock here. I hope somebody was
yes.
able to. I hope somebody was
19.
able to cash in on this. As you guys know, I was trading this yesterday at $7, and then it did that quick millisecond, like 50-cent washout, washed me out. No later than, let's say, like 30 minutes later, this thing goes from 7 all the way up to the closing action. Still trading up higher this morning, up there towards 22.50s from $7. Well, I hope somebody out there was able to make some nice degenerate action and make some good money there. So did anybody nail that? Because we were talking about it right here. All right, guys, starting to see some stocks moving in tech. Are we going to get a rebound? Let's go. Let's take a chat poll before the open here. Who thinks that the tech rebounds today? Put a 1 if you think tech rebounds, and put a 2 if you're still bearish tech. So chat, put it out there. Are you a 1 or are you a 2 before the market opens? Let's see what you guys are thinking out there. I want to hear it. And no 3s. There's no 3s here. If you put a 3, you're getting in a timeout. I'm going to put you in a corner.
Hey, maybe that's going to be a close at open, right? That could be a 3. There's three ways the market can go: up, down, or sideways.
I'm seeing 2s. What are you seeing out there? I'm seeing a bunch of 2s out there. We got Rando out there throwing up a 2. Maxi's a 2s. Can we get a 1? Does anybody feel like a 1? Oh,
I just
there
shorted
it is.
Micron, so I'm looking for that short action. Selling
All
out
right.
on that 33 on the short term.
There you go. That's why we love Jane. Let's go.
Love you too.
All right. Well, hey, like I said, we'll see what happens here out the gates. Can we get a bounce? We'll have to take a look at it here. The chat is all on the bear side. Does that mean we go and flip, Michael? Do we go long because the chat's bearish here?
Bearish at all-time highs usually begets more all-time highs. Probably make
Yeah.
things
Are you noticing
Are
what
those
I'm seeing?
shorts?
The pessimism out there is getting real quick. We'll see what happens.
The pessimism versus the price action, right? It just goes to show, and this is why I'm kind of harping on if you're having a bad time, you own too much tech, is because I just
Looking
can't
to see
imagine
what happens.
people are down in the dumps with the average stock yesterday made an all-time closing high. And I just cannot stress that enough. The markets are not just a bunch of tech names that build AI. There's other things that exist in the world. And I think that's the thing, is that if you're looking at them and they're bummed and they're having a bad time, they're weighted towards tech. And that's just, you gotta really look at that, because yes, you have been rewarded to be invested in technology for a long time. For a very long time, it's been the place to go.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Jane remember the whole Pepper Farms remembers. We remember a time where banks were the hot thing, and banks were ripping all the time, right? There are worlds in which tech is now accurately priced and goes nowhere for a long period of time, and other things end up going higher. And yeah, so like what Tack's saying, new highs on the RSP. So most stocks are doing just fine. So you got to look and you got to say, well, this is why I hate people who pigeonhole themselves. Like someone says, "Oh, I'm a growth stock investor." I'm like, why? Why be a growth stock investor, right? Yeah, like Pepsi. Look at Pepsi ripping. Like, why not be a Pepsi invest? Why not be? I am, for one, I like things that
Came out
go
with
up
earnings,
investor.
baby.
Right? Like,
Well,
Celsius.
here's the thing though.
you
When
know,
you start to
Monster.
hit a bear market, what tends to do well? The consumer goods, the safe
value.
havens, right?
Yeah.
the value
Yeah.
where people
Why?
are going to
'Cause
get
dividends.
exactly the dividend stocks. So when we start, oh, here we go, open.
Like
When we start
Verizon,
to see
right? AT&T. Those are
these sure
those are the
things,
ones that really get really quick moves, right? Those are sure businesses. You don't have to worry about AT&T business going down because AI is going down, right? You know that we're still paying our phone bills, and that's why you go to businesses that are more just easy to read in the fundamentals, right? Like you can read them like a book, right? They're just simple in that aspect. You don't expect much change in the business. But look at Verizon just starting off right out the gates here. Big push there to 48.22s. We were just talking about dividend players. There's one for you. And then Charter's another one that's been getting the move and bounce back. Has been getting a lot of news lately. They've been trying to put out positive news. You can see it in the action too. Look for potential comeback. Remember, this was the news candle with, I think it was SpaceX mentioned, right? So we'll see what happens there. And did SpaceX? How is that doing still, Michael? How are you seeing that?
I'll
That
bring
turn
it up.
yet?
I haven't looked at it in a while. It's still at like 110.
Oh,
Hasn't
109.
done
Can we
much in a
break
while.
into the double digits? Can we break to the double digits? We'll see what happens, guys.
Yeah, it's been a real snoozer, that one, for a bit.
DFNS is testing highs of the day.
Yeah, I was going to say something that's not a snoozer. This thing looks like this could soar.
Yeah, I'm in it. You guys got it right there. There we go. I'm in it with my trailing stop up there.
Just
Let's
warning,
see.
right? This dropped like $2 on
Yeah.
Mitch in like 5 seconds yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why I use that trailing, right? I mean, right now I got a trailing stop at 240 profit. Also, I wanted to bring this up while we're in the halt, right? You can see it right there. We have 4 out of the 7 that are below the bigger money on, let's see, oops, I did something I did not mean to do. Sorry about that. That are below the bigger money on, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. There you go.
Don't worry. Just hit the right one.
Oh my gosh. My life, it's been like every curveball in the past 6 weeks. All right, so we've got it back up. The bigger money is below for 4 out of the 7 Mag 7s, right? NVIDIA's at 973.13, Amazon 246. This is the present day price action. So when we're looking at it, we have Apple, Microsoft, and Google that are really holding up the Mag 7. I don't remember, because I've also been away from the market, who has already reported out of those. So when you look at
Google. I think Google's the only one to report it. Yeah.
Right. So that's 9 points above. That could easily change. If we see interest rates go up, we're going to see the tech names drop again with higher costs for their funding. Remember all that AI money that was being put in, right? Where they lent out that, or they borrowed out that money probably, and that's going to have higher interest rates potentially with flexing. So I think we're going to see a shift into the safe havens like we were talking about. The bigger money is not actually being super confident on these names.
Yeah, looking here, the SPY initial reaction down.
And I'm short micro.
And RSP initial, same thing, right? SPY down off the open and down for the day. The average large cap stock up on the open and up for the day. So just more of what we've been seeing here. We got XLV doing just fine. We've got lots of different sectors. XLF is doing just fine. So another day of everything's great unless the only thing you look at is tech and then everything sucks. So it seems like that's not going to end anytime soon. Let me just actually grab the FinViz. Let me grab the breadth indicators just to see. Yeah, about a 50-50 split, a little bit more up than down. So again, most stocks doing just fine today. You've got to really just focus on the ones that are and just kind of avoid the ones that aren't. So we have SMH down 3.5% and XLV up 2%. Good to be a healthcare guy, not so good to be a big tech nerd. Yeah,
Why
the
not?
Q's just crossed 1% down. Unless you're short, then you're having a great time. Yeah, RSP now cranking to new highs. So your average stock just broke out there. New, not all-time closing highs, new all-time highs. So congratulations, everyone. We're back at it. Things are looking awesome. And then the SPY trying to dig in here, trying to maybe move higher a little bit there as well. That'd be nice as well.
Let's see if Micron could also put in a double bottom there at 829. That'd be interesting if it can hold. I'm not sure.
Doing some nice reversal action there. I'm going to dip my toes. I might get burned for it, but I'm doing it. I'm in Intel. I'm looking at GLW also.
I'm
as
in
a
Intel.
potential
Corningware,
reversal.
nice. Yeah,
How about
Corningware also had earnings today. Looking above 120.80. Bigger money was at 119.60 from this morning. Let's see if it's moved at all.
Yeah, I had a system trigger Intel yesterday on a little bit of a pullback trade.
Yeah, I think it's really oversold for the short term. So I'm going to try to get it to bounce today. We'll see what happens.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Now it wants to melt. Sorry, Micron. There we go. All right.
At a stop here on GLW. It needs to keep going right back above. GLW had earnings today. They weren't bad earnings. I want to try to see if it reverses back up. If tech could reverse, maybe the stock that had the earnings today dropped a little further. It's really in the gutter on the RSI.
We should see DFNS opening up here just in about a minute as well.
Ooh,
It
let's make
halted
sure
at
that we get to.
9:32.07.
Let's make sure we get to your screen and see that, because that's going to be some fun action there.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Open on up. Let's put it on a 1 minute here.
There you
Oh,
go. Have
I'm
fun,
out.
traders. There
I'm
you
out.
go.
Locked my profit on the drop there. It
Oh,
ran up. Trailing
dang.
stop.
Nice
I locked it.
degen
It's
trade.
okay. I had an entry down here and locked it up there. $2.
Lock it, baby.
I
Lock
got
it.
Now I'm in a Micron short.
one trade on the
Pop
go here
lock
for
it.
the hangover setup. Big push on ENTX. Was someone in
I
the room
didn't
was
take my.
talking about this yesterday.
Look, I just put my stop loss. I forgot my profit. Oh no, I have my profit target down there.
And then, yeah, so a
Let's
little
see.
short on this opening range break. Stop the high of the
There we
day.
go.
That's the only trade so far is ENTX to the short side there.
Green no matter what here on those two trades.
There you go. Good job.
Thank you. And I like the trailing stop. Money bags.
Yeah, the first time it catches you off guard a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, for
I
sure.
see
For
you,
sure.
Jane.
SPY just
Holding the
rolled
bag
back
today.
over. Just rolled back over to lows there on the SPY. Just FYI. RSP holding up great. But yeah, we tried to do a little bounce there on the SPY and then rolled back. So
Yeah, defensive leading the action, guys. So soft drinks right there. I talked about Pepsi out the gates there. You could look for a continued upside move. You're at from 142 to 144, 60s, almost 145. So Pepsi just ripping. Charter, another one making an alert there for me. So keep your eyes on those types of names. We just talked about those. Charter is pushing there 137. Pepsi up there to now 145. right? We talked about how it can make the move off of Coke's earnings. Look at Coke continuing to the upside. You could even look for maybe even soft drink like growth, like Celsius, maybe to get going here. Tobacco having a hell of a day there. PM, Philip Morris, Monster, we talked about that one, could get an uplift. So there it is. Nice little push on the upside there. You're also seeing grocery stores up. So your Kroger's is up. Let's see if your Sprouts is getting going now. That's looking better. So pretty good looking action here overall in the defensive area.
RSPD.
Costco up too. Procter Gamble with a nice little 1% out the gates here. Look at that. Boom. So quick moves on these. We'll see if we get some pullbacks, but definitely the value trade getting a quick little action to the upside.
Check out a little SanDisk action. Let's see what's going on there. That one is melting almost down at the 161 exponential on the daily, down at 111.19. Let's see it. Put a little order in. We'll buy a couple there.
Another new all-time high there. We pulled back a bit. New all-time high for average stock.
All right, guys, I do want to let you guys know we do have a giveaway opportunity for you guys right now. Take a moment from your trading and click that link in the chat there. We have it pinned up. Get your 25K eval giveaway entry right now. We're going to be announcing this on the J&J show, so you don't got to wait long. You'll be able to see this in just a couple of hours right here announced. So click it right now. Your opportunity to get a free eval today. This is why you come to the stream, right? Some nice added bonuses right there. Click it. Let's go.
Definitely. So I got my order in for 111.20 on SanDisk. If it'll come down, it seems like it wants to stop at 111.25 right there. But I've got the 161 exponential on the daily over here, which I'd like to see it tap, boom, and then rebound right there. So let's see if I can, if patience will pay off. That's right, patience with the Y.
You know it.
What are you guys looking at? Anything on your radar there, Michael, that you have with your
look at healthcare from the open? Just yeah, well, I bought a bunch of stuff yesterday. I haven't really checked on it today, but healthcare is looking amazing. Just cracked out to all-time highs. Nice base was going on here. Gapped up into all-time highs, and it's just been running all day. Yeah,
look at Gilead. You guys know I've been banging on that stock. Look at that nice recovery of the 9 EMA today. Just looks pretty, dude. I think this thing can end up being 160 in a couple of months, especially if we continue with this downside action. And this one's running into earnings on the August 4th. So it could be a run into earnings, right? So you could ride this Johnson & Johnson continuing up 1.5%. That thing's ripping on 9 EMAs. Lilly having a good day, almost up a full percent. That's one to watch. But look at AMZN. AMZN is just slingshotting. And that tells me more and more. Look for this type of action with Gilead, right? That's up 2.9%, AMZN. So if you guys take a look here, AMZN just ripping. That's a rip, right? I had this support drawn right here for an area to look for this kind of action. Look how this has been going, right? From 360s to almost 400 now. AMZN, new highs. And that is a cup and handle pattern if I've ever seen one myself. We've been talking about these. Look how pretty this is. Cup and your handle.
That's it.
You can't get prettier than that, guys. It literally, a lot of times you hear a lot of people mention charts, but they don't show you those that are like the definition. This is the definition of a cup and handle, right? You clip it, put it on your wall. You know what I mean? Look for these because they show up often. What you really want to look for is catching the rounding bottom. And then looking for that pullback below the 9 is what a lot of times I look for on the handle. So then you look at what the resistance is to the left, and that's usually going to give you a nice area to look for those pullbacks, right? That resistance to the left became that area for support. You get your cup, and that's your cup and handle, right? If you got in somewhere in here when it's breaking the 9 and you're getting it between 360s and 350s, right? Risking down towards, let's say 345s or 340s, right? Even if you're risking 10 points, look at that upside break, right? That's what you're looking for, right? So look for these types of setups, especially on longer term charts that are developing. And what you want to see, sector playing in, right? What has happened in the XLV the last month or so, right? And I talked to you guys about this because I have an equally weighted healthcare that looks way better than this. I don't know what the RSP one is, Michael. Do you know what the RSP?
Probably RSPV, maybe.
Oh, it's
Hold on.
H. It's just H. RSPH.
There you go.
They made it easy for us. So yeah, it still looks like the XLV. That's why I like the way that I have this one. Hey, but that's just how it is, man. Sometimes you can make better indexes, and I could show you it really quickly so you guys can see what I mean by it looks better. You can see it here, right? Like this index, you see how it held sideways versus that cut down that you get in this one. You get that cut down here where it looks less clean than that equally weighted outlook that I have above.
The important
But that's
thing
why I
with
use
these
my
patterns,
equally weighted
right?
outlook.
Yeah, and the important thing with the patterns is don't squint too hard. Right? Just remember it's
65% failure rate.
Well, no, and it's just like it's more about understanding the psychology and the price action behind it. The amount of people I see arguing about, oh, that's not a Head and Shoulders because this shoulder is 3% too high or blah blah. It's like none of that matters. It is, these patterns are simply to describe, right? A cup and handle is just saying stock did bad for a while, it recovered, and now it's just hanging out around the recovery point, and then potentially going to look to push higher again, right? It's just it's the whole letter of the law versus spirit of the law kind of conversation. It's like, what is the pattern telling you, what, instead of the exact specifics of the pattern there?
Yeah, I think one of the things is what I always say is know that you know the pattern, right? The cup and handle is a little bit known more for momentum trades and trend trades than I would say even the Head and Shoulders trade. And there's actually some big traders that have used it, right? Like Mark Minervini has used the cup and handle pattern. So you just got to know it. Another thing is knowing your sector and industry rotation, right? Because I'm not saying that you buy that stock because the stock is doing well. I'm saying because you confirm that the sector and industry are doing well also. Because then you have what's called industry and sector tailwinds that are essentially helping your trade. If we can always have that variable factor playing in, trust me, it increases your odds for success because now you're having the kind of that tide effect lifting all the boats versus you just trying to pick one boat in the sea, right? You can still use that tide effect, right? That's why you see people trade only ETFs. That's why you see people try to just look at like the XLV, right? And the RSPH, right? Because they're essentially trying to play the tide versus play the boats. I don't mind if you play the boats, but just make sure you know if the tide's coming in or if the tide's coming out.
Beta play. Oh, and I guess congratulations to Tim Apple. They just crossed $5 trillion in market cap, I'm seeing here on Apple, as it cranks to another all-time high. So congratulations. The largest company in the world now overtook NVIDIA there. The king has reclaimed his throne, I guess.
It seems like every time they hit a new high, that's when people sell into it. And we start to see a little bit of trimming of value. We saw it with NVIDIA. We saw it with SpaceX. Now we're seeing it.
Rebalancing, right? You have to. You can't. I was talking to a hedge fund manager who, I was out to dinner with him, and he was talking about how he's been slowly selling NVIDIA for the sole reason that eventually it became like 20% of his entire fund. It's like, you can't have that. You can't pitch to clients like, okay, what am I paying you for? It's like, well, we hold a lot of NVIDIA. It's like, well, dude, I could do that myself. So they have to, as things go up, they rebalance. It's why the markets over time have gotten way less volatile than they've been in the past, right? Is this, they can just kind of cycle because people have to. And the rebalance happens on the other side. If Apple got really, really crushed and it was trading super cheap, there's just funds that just have to come in there and buy it. It's, so this whole flip vice versa, and that creates less volatile markets. It's what we're seeing in Bitcoin now, where it's just not moving. It's because there's all of these people just rebalancing their Bitcoin portfolio all the time, and it's going to happen. But yeah, 5 trillion, largest company in the world. Congrats. That's got to be a good way to I always joke about the Starbucks CEO that got fired and then the company went up like $2 billion in market cap in 5 seconds. That's one way to leave a company. The other is to be the guy who's created more wealth than anyone in history, and you drop it at highs. Same with Berkshire Hathaway. He's always had like the king's exit. He just left right at all-time highs. Is right here. Is this particular candle is when he announces retirement, and just peace out.
Yep, good time to go. With Bitcoin, I'm seeing that we are pretty much, we're below all of the bigger money levels for selling, and starting to see on the TTM squeeze that we could have this potential downward move continuation. We've got a trend line break, sort of a wonky angled head and shoulders. So if that one fails, inverted head and shoulders correction. So if that one fails and we drop down, we hit that, we could hit 60,000 again pretty quickly if everybody were to jump on board and say, hey, if we go below the 62,640, then we're likely going to see that this could have a bigger drop to the downside. I didn't check all the other ones today, but just checking it out on the bigger picture, Ethereum's looking like it got some buying power there. XRP looking like it's heading down. Let's check out Doge. Yeah, Doge down to the graveyard.
Yeah, that thing's never coming back. That was
Solana.
that was the first meme to just get.
Well, what happened to the fart license plate, man?
Yeah, what's going on with Fartcoin or Fart Cash? I don't even know.
I'm still waiting to see the license plate, dude.
It's just full of hot air, I tell you.
I think Fartcoin probably now has a bigger market cap than Doge.
Methane, man, methane.
Methane, yeah, exactly.
12.
Just methane.
$121 million in
DFMS.
market cap for, so there's no way it's bigger than Doge, but $121 million market cap for Fartcoin, which is just, again, hilarious. 11 billion still for Doge. Holy smokes.
If the Doge task force that was established didn't bring that to gold, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it'll ever happen.
Yeah, the dude just got, the problem is people thought he had a good attention span. He's forgotten all about it. He's moved on. Doesn't care anymore. It's Elon, for Christ's sakes, right? He's got, he can't, as soon as his company reaches $1 trillion, he just moves on to something else. The guy's got just extreme ADHD and it works out for him.
I'm with you, Tak. Tak is saying very much doubt the Clarity Act passes. I really don't think we're going to see any formal crypto passing in the, in the House. I don't think that's going to happen. They've been trying for 4 years. If you go to ISO 20022, then you will see that they have been trying for the past 4 years to try to get this into, this is the international standards, trying ISO 2022 for dummies book. That's hilarious. But they have been trying to make this happen. And it's not happening. I need to go to the calendar. Let's go back here. Let's look at the calendar for the implementation. Here we go. 2025, right? They wanted it last year, 2025. It's not happening. It is not happening that they are going to be able to pass all this. Okay, no, I don't really want that. Sorry.
Well, and it's one of those hilarious things too about people trying to bet what leader is going to do what for crypto, and it was under Biden, who was, I guess his party is the anti-crypto party, Bitcoin cranked to new all-time highs. And then under Trump, who's supposed to be the pro-crypto party, everything just kind of completely fallen apart. Same as, one of the best performing sectors so far in the last 2 years has been solar, for the guy who's supposed to be the big, drill baby drill. You should have bought solar stocks and not, it's just a little war helped us out getting the oil prices higher, but everything else has just goes to show you can't just look at the politics of a person and then make a bet based off of what they're going to do, because we have tons and tons of examples like that of just not working entirely.
Yeah. I just don't think so. Look, it keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed. Like I said, it's been being pushed for the past 4 years. I don't foresee that we are actually going to. They were supposed to have it in 2022. It didn't happen. This is like the on again, off again war, right? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Buy more crypto. Take more money out of the monetary system and put it into the crypto system that's encrypted, which there's know your client with all of the crypto trading exchanges. So it's just like a bank account. They can actually track it even more easily with open source. So all of this stuff, it's not, in my opinion, very, very, not obscure, but what's the word I'm looking for, guys? When you are not going unseen. They can track you in a second. If I can track somebody and I can track the wallets and they have the know your client information on the other end, it's so easy to figure out who's transferring this money. Right? So I don't foresee that we're, like Tax saying, I don't foresee that any of this crypto future is going to happen. They can try to prop it up, but it's the Chicken Little. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Okay, great. When is it really going to be here? Once it's here, I will believe it.
We will see. The metaverse. Let's go.
Mag 7 is now down below the bigger money level. Let's check out the Qs. Down 12 points right there. Let's add SPY. SPY is going to be down as well.
SPY is interesting here because we put in a low, had a pretty big bounce off that low, and it looks like we might be trying to dig in here. I don't know. That would help, right? We have RSP cranking to new highs, so the average large cap stock new highs again. We just imagine if this large cap tech actually turns and starts to dig in, maybe move higher, but at the very least just not get absolutely killed. I think that'd be pretty encouraging. We're not really seeing that, but
what I think we have to look at, though, as well with RSP is look at IWM, right? That's a larger sample size. And we're starting to see that is curling over. When we have all of the indexes giving us a picture that they are going to be moving down, DIA is the only one that sort of has a head and shoulders set up to it that's pulling back a little bit. When we start to see that all four are giving us that discounting, how much of a discount is this going to be? Is it just a temporary move to the downside, or is this going to be a bigger move like we saw with 2020 and then 2025, right? Wasn't it 2025, beginning of the first quarter, that we saw the bigger move down? No, that was...
Yeah, that was a tariff tantrum.
Yes.
First quarter. This is April.
So when you look at the four charts together, is that going to give us a picture that we are seeing correlation between all of them? The major indexes.
Yeah, I'm still on this election seasonality kick, right? We got the midterm, and that shows that we are election seasonality stocks. That we're going to be choppy for longer. And choppy means generally that some sectors are going to do amazing and other sectors are absolutely not. And that's what's creating this rotation. That's why the average large cap stock, it's a rampant bull market, and you're hitting new all-time highs. And then in the large cap tech names, they're going to be selling off, and that's what's keeping these major indices like the Qs, or Qs look a little worse than that, but the SPY, like the SPY is just completely range bound here. It's another way to look at it is you could just look at the Qs versus the SPY and just leave the equal weights out of it and just know the SPY is 30% tech, and it's not even under yesterday's low, and it's just been in this range. And what's the drawdown here on the SPY? So the SPY from all-time highs to here is about 3%. The largest 500 companies in the world, even cap weighted, are down 3%. Then in the Qs are down 11. So that's a massive difference that you normally don't see. A lot of time these things will move in lockstep, but they change and they move around. When you start to see events like this in which one side of the boat got a little bit too heavy, people got to rotate. They're taking their money and they're buying XLV, right? They're buying a lot of these other sectors, and they're just staying away from these large cap kind of tech, mega cap tech stocks. It's just not the place for them.
I'm trying to get it set up with four charts so you guys can see it. That they're all, yes, they're at the tops, but right now you can see, let me maximize it here. We can see that they're starting to roll down. Let's see time frame year to date for all of them. Okay, so they're below the 50. IW is just testing the 50. The Dow is the strongest. I don't have the 50 on there.
Also the lowest tech exposure, right? So it's just it's a very, every way you look at it, it's a very simple through line. It's that if you are in the AI trade, the large cap tech, you're having a rough time right now. If you moved from it when everything started to look like it was breaking down, then you're doing just fine.
Right. So we see SPY, Qs, and the Russell starting to really roll. And the only one that has that strength is really the Dow. So correlation-wise, now remember, Dow, how many are in there to move that?
30.
Small sample size for indication, right?
Yeah, but if you zoom out,
2,000.
If you zoom out like on a mega long-term chart on all of them, they're like 100% correlated, right? They move these differences are generally short-lived and rotational in nature. So they will come back in line eventually, but this is so I've got up on my screen here. This is the midterm chart I was talking about, and this is the simply put the way what I think is happening, right? So the black line is just an average of what happens every year in the stock market. On average, the market goes up like 75% of the time. And the blue line here is the average midterm election year, which we're in. You can see a lot of flop between being up or down on the year. This goes all the way back to 1931. You can find a lot of these charts online. Of course, they're going to look different based off of how far back the person went to do the study. And in this kind of doldrums of July, August, right, September, all the way into October, you get this kind of negative return and this choppy, messy action. Again, this is an average, so there's going to be right above and below that average quite a bit. And then once the election looks like it's sorted in that kind of October, November area, you get the push into the end of the year. So this is just what I think is happening more than anything. If you don't know who's going to be setting the laws and doing whatever your people do over there, it's just really hard to take big bets. So you just kind of stand back and you wait for that to be done, and then you take your bets when it's over. And this is, a pretty decent seasonal pattern, and one that makes sense to me because it's based off of one thing we cannot avoid, which is politics.
All right, let's give Jane her flowers and send her on here. Of course, EFNS is at 3410. 3410, Jane.
I'm good. I'm watching DFNS, looking for that to continue to the upside. I've got everything set up as a nice, safe trade. All right,
That's
have a good
called
one.
money. Take that bag
Yeah.
with you. You take that bag over to the Fivers here. Let them know she's carrying something big out there. She got that big bag we're all looking for. What's going on, Jesse? How you doing? You got a bag today, my friend?
I got a little bag today. I took 2 shorts in MU. That went well.
There you
But
go.
man, dude, the semiconductors are down. Tech is down. But you know what's up right now? Netflix.
What's up?
Netflix is up 4.5%.
You know why?
Let's go.
You know
What
why?
else
Because
on the planet?
everybody's all mad. They're starting to throw away their phones and they're just like, we're gonna watch Netflix. Turn it on, dude, because we
Killing
don't
it.
want to watch this market right now.
Everything's going down, so it's Netflix
And
until time.
ripping. Close that gap.
I wonder if there's a correlation there.
Well, I would say you could classify Netflix as like a defensive kind of thing, right? If the world gets very expensive,
Yeah.
one thing that you can do
They
for
don't
really
cut.
cheap, right?
They don't cut their Netflix.
You spend your $10 a month or whatever it is, and you get tons of
They go-
different entertainment.
They go to generic brands on their food and products, but they won't cut the Netflix.
Exactly. We won't eat, but we got to watch our TV. We got to watch our movie. Nigel.
That's called the good old USA. If you guys don't know, if you guys are around the world, then you don't know how things work around here.
The USA thing, that's for sure. I don't think they do that in Canada, right? You guys prioritize food over entertainment, I assume, Michael?
Usually, yeah. But we can just go and get ours if we need to, right? Just go down, do a little portage and grab some fish. Everything's fine.
See, yeah. You don't want to buy. You don't want to get fish out the lakes here, dude. Trust me. You're gonna end up with something growing out of you.
No, you
Yeah,
can go.
not in those Florida lakes, man. No way. Not in those Florida
No. I used to do it just to mess around, and trust me, that is not good.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, I am watching MU. It hit a low today of 805, and last week it hit a low. When it tapped 804, MU completely spun around, went parabolic to the upside. I don't know if we're going to see that today because it's really the whole sector, right, that's down. But MU is and has now for the last few minutes been curling back up. We're at 822s. So it'll be interesting to see what we can get up to. We're trying to find maybe that pre-market low again of 828. We'll see if we can do that. We're now dancing up to the VWAP, and we'll see if we can get above that or not.
All
It
right,
says
well,
FOMC. Okay, geez, I thought he said rescheduled. No, scheduled to 10 a.m. Tuesday. So that's
Oh, did it?
always when.
Okay.
It just says begin as like. Why would you have to say that? Fed says FOMC meeting to begin as scheduled. Yeah, don't report on it unless it's different. Like, yeah, everything's normal. What?
Everything's normal. We just wanted you to know. We just wanted you to know. It's all good.
did we just? I don't know if this is real, but I was able to get an entry here, short on FNS. They're short before it halted. This is going to be an interesting one.
Look at that. Wow.
1,100 shares.
Nice.
YOLO.
So we'll find out.
Responsibly.
He hasn't got the bag yet.
Yeah, dude. That bag.
Yeah,
might
don't
be
jinx 'em,
slipped off my
man.
back.
Oh, you might have jinxed him with that trigger figure.
Gave it to him too early.
He's trying to help me out, but he doesn't know he's gonna give me the classic wah wah wah.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll
Michael,
see what happens.
how is the new computer running, man? Has it changed your life?
Oh man, it
Gonna
is.
change your life.
It is nuts. I'm still in the process, like a week later, of moving processes and everything over to it. But yeah, I'm doing some cool stuff with it.
Great.
It's yeah, I was getting like hard capped at 32 gigs of RAM before, and now that I got 128. It's funny, I was reading like Claude, how it just like talks about what it's doing the whole time. There was like 2 times it goes, "Wow, this computer's fast." I'm like, "You're a robot. What are you? Why are you impressed by that?"
This robot's infatuated.
It's
The
like,
AI is
just,
falling in love.
yeah, just relax, bud.
Oh,
Chill
yeah.
out.
It'll tell you. It'll tell you when your computer's acting up.
Woo, that's something.
You know, it likes to work efficiently, so it sees that and it's like, oh, thank you for
Well,
having
I
enough
had it
brains for me.
I had it help build the computer, right? So as I was picking it out and doing like the part builder thing, I of course said, AMI broker and real tests, these are what it needs to run because those are my back testing engines. But also I gave it just a giant list of everything that I was planning on doing in the near future. And it helped me kind of sort through, the processor and parts that were important and parts that weren't, all that kind of stuff. So it's like, hey, you made your own home. So here it is. This is where you live now. Congratulations.
It's definitely an expensive journey, but one worth it to go into.
Totally. MU rejects VWAP completely, and it's going down maybe for lower lows today.
So here's a simple chart of what's up and down today, and you'll see something pretty simple here, right? All of these sectors are green, and there's the one that's red, right? So I don't know how many different ways I can kind of paint this picture, but yeah, this is again another cool thing that Finviz has. But also, you do 1 week. Right, we've got healthcare up 3.5%, defensive up as well, and then there's that big one's technology. You can do the same thing 1 month. Here's energy and financial and healthcare, and there's technology. So just over and over and over again, this is all you have to see. Technology is no longer 1 year performance, year to date performance. Tech hasn't really moved that much. Right. So this is a really weird looking bubble in which things are like under the prices that they were ages ago, and technology's in a massive drawdown. The whole other market's doing just absolutely great. And again, in the long run, I know it's going to suck right now, especially if you own something that's not the RSP. You can see just cranking higher here. But in the long run, this is the most bullish scenario, because I remember all the perma bears were saying, just wait until the AI thing crashes and the whole world's going to come to an end. Well, we're seeing it and everything else is fine. So great, perfect. So we can do this. We can live in a world without semiconductors as long as you don't own them. The market, that was a fear for everyone, is that if the whole market's being driven by kind of one narrative, what happens when that narrative stops? Well, it did, and new all-time highs. So this is the most bullish thing that I could think of, because the semis aren't going to go down forever. Right? You're not going to get NVIDIA to go bankrupt. It's nothing this crazy. You're going to eventually get a point where they're going to find a level, and they're going to hold on, and they're going to potentially start to move higher. And then that, to me, is like rocket fuel for if we are at all-time highs with the semiconductors falling. As soon as the semiconductors chill out, start to tick a little bit higher, maybe not crank to all-time highs, but just stop going down. Awesome, right? Huge move after that.
Yeah, the bleeding continues. I mean, it's all of them. Marvell down 9%. INTC after earnings. That was a real tricky earnings, because INTC went up only to fall just a few hours later, right after the reporting of earnings. And when it fell, it really fell. We've definitely broken that $100 kind of support, and it's down to $85 now. So yeah, INTC super bearish at the moment. It's crazy to see it all fall. But like you say, it's there's also
the unwind
rotation.
It's the unwind, man. Yeah. And this is why I say that rotation is wicked. And when you're swing trading, remember, Jesse, if I told you, you asked me, how do you hold 8 or 9 positions? Well, when rotation goes against you in moments like this, you cut everything and you run to cash, because cash is also a position. So things like that is very important, right? You need to be able to just hide in cash. Maybe go on a vacation. Perfect time to go on a vacation.
Coming to Florida.
Right?
Hold on
it's
to
a
your
perfect
healthcare.
time to go on a vacation.
Right? Hold on to your, if you're, right? There's tons.
Yeah, but if you don't have entry, then if you didn't plan for it, and
but a lot of people will be okay buying momentum in like Micron. So if you like momentum in Micron, why don't you like momentum in a J&J? This biotech chart to me is really looks nice. I'm waiting on this guy. Give me the first kind of close above. Look at all these topping tails up in like the 190, 191. Give me the first solid close above those. I'm in. I've got a bunch of cash sitting and waiting.
More than likely can happen today because AMZN's your leader, right? And you're up 5%. That's the top of IBB, right? Yeah. So you always want to know what's your top IBB name, right? If you're looking at the IBB. So that'd be your AMZN, and look at the AMZN's breakout right now. And then, of course, what's right behind that? Gilead. And then another major stock making a nice move is Regeneron. So look at Regeneron up there towards 690, 700 breakout. This one has an opportunity, man. This thing has hung out for a long time on the monthly down here and could be back there to 800 and above. Maybe this one makes a move back to the upside. Regeneron, biotechs looking good there. I agree with the biotechs at least on this opportunity that you're getting. Because this is at least a trade that hasn't taken off, right? Some of the majors already have made a big breakout, right? Like AbbVie, let's say that chart now, buying it is a little tough. You can still buy it on the 90 EMA, but you're already seeing it like kind of break away, right? So it's hard to get that now. But I remember when I was bringing AbbVie down at 200s, that's 260s now. So there's some good names out there. Gilead continuing to go higher, almost 135. That was one name I was giving yesterday in the 130s. So there's some names to be made. You just got to be able to play different areas.
And then not only is tech not the only place in the world to trade, you can trade other sectors. The bank will still take your money, guys, I promise. But the U.S. is not the only country in the world. I'm going to put that out there. ACWX, right? So let's see how. So ACWX is a great ETF because this is basically the rest of the world. So take the US out, what's the rest of the world doing? Hanging out right near all-time highs and actually looking really good. A nice little tight base here. So there's a lot of things kind of pointing towards maybe a rotation outside of the US, looking at other areas, because what do other countries do for kind of their technology? Well, they're more in the industrial space, they're more building cars and things like that, as opposed to AI related names. So, again, explore
it's just the broadening out, guys. Is broadening out. That's the key, right? That's the term, right? So look at like the cyclicals, right? Like remember I mentioned Lulu could go for the short squeeze. That's having a hell of a day there today. Everything up almost everything in cyclicals. The only thing that's down is auto manufacturers. I'm sure that's Tesla dragging the boat. But everything else is up. Packaging, containing, home improvement, recreational vehicles, advertising agencies, publishing, apparel stores. And I can go through like 50 names. TJX, Ross Stores, Burlington, Lulu, Gap, Victoria's Secret, Urban. We talked about Urban this morning with A&F and Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret's up 4.06%. A&F continuing up 2.03%. Brought up A&F down at the 90s. It's 102 now. A&E, another one that I gave this morning, down there towards the 1750s, it's 1820s. So there's so many names that are making a move. This is your XRT breakout that I mentioned this morning on how you're seeing that. You also saw the breakout in leisure, booking. Another high there, trying to push there, 2.3%. You're seeing Royal Caribbean up 3.97%. Norwegian. So you can see it. Footwear and accessories starting to really make a move also. So moves all around there. Home Depot going higher, low. Definitely a cyclical type move also. Not just in healthcare, right? You're starting to see different areas start to play in. That's how you make this, right? You get defensive up 3.47%, healthcare up 1.86%, communication services 2.1%, and cyclicals up 1.1%. You have 4 sectors up over 4%. That's how you keep the RSP up higher, right? So this is why I focus on sectors and industries. That's what everyone should be looking at. And it's not always going to be in one sector, one area. You need to be able to look where the tide is going.
And that's, I remember one day we got a little bit yelled at by chat when these Micron were screaming to new all-time highs, and I was saying, hey guys, instead of looking at Micron, look at this. Right, this was just breaking out at the time. I'm like, instead of looking at where it's the whole right skate where the puck is going, you don't want to look at the thing that's moving right now. Either you have it or you missed it. You want to look at the thing that could potentially move later. And for me, the only thing I'm seeing that's really standing out is that biotech, the IBB. That's what I want to focus kind of my life on here, is where is that next opportunity? Not the one that's cranking new highs right now, and not the one that's falling apart. That's not fun either. But where do I think the opportunities lie? And I got to look at different sectors. Biotech, again, is looking really interesting. Financials already have gone, but what hasn't just yet too much is your regional banks, your smaller banks. They're close to an all-time highs, but they're not just breaking out as we speak. So maybe kind of focus in that smaller sector area. And then things like, right, I mentioned I bought Intel yesterday. So these are going to show up on mean reversion setups now that are just going to be quick little hits. See if I can get nice little bounces on them. But anything that I want to buy and like hold for a long time, that's just going to be something that's looking good, right?
All right. Well, let's see if I get the money back or not. Right. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see it. Look. Let's see it. Let's
How's it
see it.
going?
Oh, closing my eyes right here, dude.
Ooh. Come on.
Closing my eyes, dude. It
What's
was
up,
so
Brian?
close to hitting my profit take, and it just moved right off of it. You know those. You know you're like, oh, you had no idea. It was like right there, and the bid was like right on me. So like it almost gave me, but the offer didn't hit there. Let's see if we get another down action hold. Really, that's what I kind of need. And I'll take a max gain. Dun dun dun. $3,000 up. Can I get a little more? That's what the evals they get you. Like the 200K eval really gets you like as a real degenerate. You start seeing like thousands of dollars, like they're just like, it's just a couple pennies right there. It's just a couple pennies, right? You know. We'll see. Does DFNS squeeze me? It could. Oh, producer, get the want ready, because it might be want. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh. How can you trade that with such big bid ass difference? Jack says. Yeah.
Position sizing. That's
honestly,
the answer
Jack,
to that, right?
Honestly, Jack, I probably am not doing the best risk and return type of trade right here. It's definitely a go for it type of trade, Jack. Let's just say it's not the trade I'd be teaching your son, Jack. We'll see what happens out there.
Trying
Full
to
degenerate trade.
rebound a bit. I don't like how we haven't been able to do anything in some
the SPY has been struggling, dude.
Just churning.
I think you might see a quick VIX spike, dude. What do you think at this point? I think you kind of have to buy the VIX.
I don't know. You just I don't know if I want to buy a VIX on 3 days down in a row.
But what do you mean? The VIX hasn't been down in 3 days in a row, right?
No, but markets have. Right?
You know what I mean?
Like,
That's the thing, though. At some point, something has to happen. Either tech is going to come ripping back, or the VIX is going to go. That's what I think at this point. Either tech's going to come like roaring back, or the VIX is going to go. So you determine which one you want to kind of get after, right? But I think at this point, something's got to give in that relationship.
There is a semiconductor VIX. I don't know if there's an ETF for it, but there is a VIX that tracks a semiconductor. No, there is no.
Yeah, is there one for that? Is there a semiconductor?
There's a VIX for a VIX is just a simple metric of how many people are buying puts on the thing you're looking at, right? So there's VIXs for everything. There's a bond one. I'm just trying to see if there is a No, there's not. Just seeing if there's an ETF for it. So something that we could trade, but I don't see anything that we could trade. Because that's another way to do it, right? Is just find the VIX for your specific level. But a semiconductor VIX would just tell you, right, how many people are buying that as well. Yeah, and the move, is there an ETF for the move? No. But yeah, so there's the move index for bonds. There's all of these different places that you can get those as well. And there's some places that you can trade the index itself, but there's just no like nice packaged ETF form of this because, yeah, the semiconductor VIX is insane right now. And I don't know, Mitch probably has it maybe in TC, but yeah, someone talking about the VXX. The problem with that is that's the S&P 500 VIX, right? So the VXX does not care what the Qs is doing because the EXX is exclusively S&P 500. So that's why I was looking to see if there was a Qs VIX, that might be something a little bit differently because like we're talking about, the average stock is just doing great. It's a great day for the average stock, right? New all highs again, just ticked a new all-time high on the average stock. It is this one specific sector of the market that's having a hard time. So I was just wondering if there's a trade that I could make on that one specific sector for the VIX, but
Interesting.
Other than just going and selling some puts on SanDisk or something, which I've been basically talking myself out of all day.
Michael Burry's
No,
been
this
doing
is it. This might be it, Michael. I have one DVQQ Webb's Defined Volatility Qs ETF.
Yep,
but
that's it. It's not going to be super active.
yeah, it's definitely a dead. But I can show you the chart at least really quickly. I had to pull TC to get it though.
Yeah, because it's an index, not a traded vehicle, right?
So this is the weekly look. This is the daily look. It's actually been going down with this. This is the interesting part, right? For it to be going down with it doesn't make sense for me.
No, that seems like something a little off there, but yeah. So I guess
I didn't make it.
the more you know, for people who don't know, there's VIXs on everything. But that's just a bit of confusion that I think people should really just pay attention to is that, yes, the VIX is exclusively only the S&P 500, right? So it's, if the reason the VIX, we're not seeing an incredible VIX spike is because the S&P 500 is just, it hasn't done anything in the last 4 days, right? Is it going?
Water. I feel like, did you ever see that SpongeBob episode where Sandy just loses water, right? And needs water?
I don't need it over and over again?
Yeah. That's how I feel right now. I feel like I'm parched, and if I get the trigger, I get my water. If not, I ain't getting water today, guys. I don't need it.
Mitch is going to die of dehydration.
The longer she holds on there.
Meanwhile, Tesla has reached the 300 mark exactly, and it's trying to hold above 300s before we go down to twos.
All right, we got one more attempt, guys. One more attempt.
I like that chart. See, I see something
Tesla.
like that. This is like I need to look at this. And I'll do some stats behind this, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red days in a row.
Yep.
And a big move at that same time. That's something that I slap my AI in to work on.
Go
study.
Is that the Livermore? What, the seven down day?
Yeah.
Pattern or whatever? There's a Livermore pattern like that, right?
Well, it's kind of like a martingale thing that each consecutive day increases the probability that the following day will be a bounce, right? So at some point, same with SpaceX, right? I still have those SpaceX puts, but that's really the only position I've got going there. At some point, this is going to do a huge snapback into the probably high 120s, 130s, and then maybe roll over. And that's the thing with mean reversion is you got to pick your spots. You gotta take your shots, and then you just gotta move the hell on. And when I see that Tesla, that makes me want to take one of those shots. Mm-hmm. I'll stick the AI on it. It's again another cool thing I got on the computer. I'm like run. It can very quickly boot up and say, okay, what happens in this scenario for Tesla and other stocks, and give me just a probability. And if there's a good one, so I'll go do that now. If there's a good one, then I just might take a shot here. Might do it with puts, right? So what's 285 or so, right? Just sell some out of the money puts on that and wait for the volatility to go down as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see,
You also
where is
could get
this?
upside reaction overnight in the mega caps, and then all of a sudden Tesla's up anyways. Not even because of Tesla, right? So it's not a bad bet because you're essentially taking bets that the mega cap earnings comes in on the upside. All right, guys, getting close to getting stopped out. I'll get out of it near my entry if I need to. But this could be that rejection that really wipes it out. So let's see if we get it. This is that third resistance try. We've had 3 attempts to the bottom. So a lot of times you'll get some type of chop here, and then we'll see what happens. Right? Once that chop happens, does it hold the 9 and then come back up? Or does it just big red bar down, right? Those 2 options are going to come into play.
All right, so I sick the AI on it. Let's see how fast it can do this. It will be interesting.
I've been building a new app on candlesticks. It's so dope.
The Crow trades. It's a secret what's behind the curtains.
Many children.
Many children.
Many children.
Those are the ones above me. Because I'm in the basement. I'm in my little studio.
Yeah, what you don't know is there's like a whole restaurant right behind Jesse right now. It's like
Hold on, let me get some Chick-fil-A. Hold on.
All of a sudden you see a hand poke through the curtain.
It's my wife.
Yeah, post earnings strategy will be the way to look at it. That's what I have it looking at now. The thing that, because it's post earnings, there's not going to be an insane amount of juice in the options, but I might do just like a simple risk reversal here. If I find something before we go in the next 30 minutes, I'll talk you guys through it. But yeah, nice risk reversal is essentially you're selling puts to buy calls. Is the simplest way to put it. So you usually do like a 2-to-1 kind of a ratio. And you just say, okay, well, I'm willing to own Tesla at kind of whatever price. Just bring them up here. At whatever price is like a low delta. So if you go to Tesla and then options and puts, not the 0 DTE, you do something for like, I don't know, end of August. And I go down to say 25 delta. So I can make $600 if I sell $600 or so if I sell that put. So it means I would own it if it got to, let's go to Tesla here, 275. So I said a lot of words there. 25 delta basically means there's like a 75-ish% chance that I won't get filled, that it won't, the market thinks that I won't go to 275. There's roughly 75% chance that that's happening. So I can make $600 if I just sell that option. And what that does is just, it's a very binary bet. If we don't go to 250 in the next 31 days by the end of August, then I make $600, or at any point, right? I could sell it if it bounces or something like that. If we go down and we get to 275, well, I own Tesla at 275 minus the $6 I make. So I own it at 269. That would be kind of my fill price. So
chicken dinner.
So that's the move, and that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. It's just like a wide bet, and then if it bounces and you make of that 600, you make $300-400 on it. You go, that's great, that's a good trade. You just kind of move on and rinse and repeat. So that's, if I can find the statistics to kind of back that up and say, hey, this is overdone, it's probably not going to go much lower or snap back, then I can write those. I can write those to. Man, tax already going down to 240, so that's around $150.
Wow, man, 240 for Tesla feels like a steal.
Right, and that That's actually a really good point, Jesse. So when it comes to selling puts, that's what you have to look at. You have to say, would I be okay owning it at that price?
Mm-hmm.
That's the big thing, right?
Right.
So you're doing your crazy penny stock trades cranking off here.
Well, let's take a look.
Ding dong.
Ding dang. What's up? We're switching over. Oh,
How we
there
doing,
we
guys?
go.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, you got it.
Internet.
Congrats, bud.
There it is.
Internet's a little laggy for me today. Internet's a little bad for me today.
Gosh, you should have been here. We're short in DFNS.
I'm sending
You've been
space
at-
next to your
Hey,
house.
that's what we've been doing. That's why I've been so busy. We went
You
long.
cashed-
We went long out of the gate on DFNS, and I've got trader short. I've
There you
shorted
go.
INLF. I shorted WLDS. I shorted egg right now.
Short and ag rolls.
Egg. You know, if you
Egg
see egg, come on, Jesse. You got to trade it, right?
Trade it, baby. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, right.
Be right back.
What a nice little trade. Not a bad little trade there, guys. I had to take the gain because it would have been over the max account, right? Over the max. So this is a 200K account, and I'm at 205,000 with just this one trade, right? So it's not a bad way to make 5,000, right? So we'll see what happens. Got to get after it. That was a pattern trade that I talk about all the time, right? I told you guys right when it was up here, I was like, this is where it usually comes to the 9 and attempts to break the low, or kind of holds that 9 and reverses back up. Because this is also an option, right? Where it comes back here and then the trade doesn't break down and you get this. Right, that was also the look there, right? And that's why it's important to kind of develop your pattern, let the patience kind of pay off, right? Waiting for the breakdown or shorting on strength, which is difficult to do, right? If you're going to play these penny stocks, I think you're taking snippets on strength, right? Like when these pops up there to the 31, so it'd be nice to take small positions there, and then you go big when you start to win, when you start to see this type of action, right? So that's when you're starting to size up. This is when you're starting to take your little feeler positions, right? Where they won't wreck you if you get hit. And if the stock just completely tanks and you're never getting your ad, well, you're not mad anyways, right? Because you still win money, right? So it's a tough game to play these games, right? I mean, I know definitely Kevin's done good on these, but it's not easy, right? Definitely shorting penny stocks. You'll get your face ripped off every now and then. So just be careful.
I don't like getting my face ripped off. It's quite
You
uncomfortable.
know?
It's quite uncomfortable.
Nah. You know, it's when you feel like, just like, you're just like, oh, like you get erged. Yeah, that's what penny stocks will do to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just don't short the top. I'm kind of like you, Money Mitch. I'll look for that backside move down. I'm like, I'll wait
You
for
get
that.
consolidation, right? Consolidation at least gives you an opportunity to know where your risk is versus like, I'm just trying to guess where the top is today, right? I'm sure you see those traders all the time, Josh, where they're just trying to guess where the top is. Guessing game really doesn't bring us back consistency. That's the problem with it. You can guess right one time. Can you guess right 10 times?
Yeah.
Right? That's like the one guy that you bring to the casino, right? And on his first shot, he hits blackjack. Oh, that's the worst thing you want to do when your first shot at the casino, because now you're addicted. Now you're looking for those blackjacks.
You think you're unstoppable.
Yeah. That's usually when I say you ride the hot wave. You put it all in the next hand, and you say, "Hey, if I get blackjack again, then we're riding out of here in style." But it's the casino life, man. And look at DFNS now, halting to the upside. Can we get in before we get out? Oh, it got me in. We're gonna go for the upside in DFNS.
Do it.
I didn't go as big though. I didn't go as
Or
big.
go home. Go all the way. Put it all in.
I want to.
You
I
and
want to.
all.
I want to. I want to. The Batman in me tells me to control myself.
Nah, forget Batman.
Batman.
Okay, man.
SpaceX
Be
put
the
in a
Joker.
little
Uh-oh.
wild turn
Uh-oh.
here.
SpaceX. Does it not want to get to 100? Did it get too
It
close?
got to 107, and then it started this pretty decent intraday type of move. I've been just watching. Again, I've got the puts. I'm definitely gonna have to roll them, or I'm gonna own a whole bunch of stock. They're up today, hilariously enough, even with this thing still down, just because of the theta decay. But yeah, it's starting to.
You gonna start working for Elon? You gonna start working for
Very
Elon soon?
uncharacteristic, right? So you look at this, and then you just compare SpaceX to like the Qs. Right? The Qs barely getting going, and SpaceX just ripping through the highs. So maybe check the other ones, like what's like Rocket Lab and.
When you think about it, was it just SpaceX that broke this market?
Oh, what happened? Well, again, the market just hit a new all-time high like 5 seconds ago. Did SpaceX?
At least the tech trade. Did SpaceX
semis,
break
maybe.
the tech trade? Because I mean, ever since we've had SpaceX, like we really haven't seen much liftoff.
Well, Apple hit new all-time. It's like very specifically semiconductors, so I don't know how that would be related, but good.
Who knows?
But yeah, it's looking interesting there. It's looking like it's bouncing, just putting in some relatively good volume and bouncing better than the rest. Again, this is at some point the short has been too easy on this one. I think that's the main kind of idea behind mean reversion. If either the long has been too easy or the short has been too easy, then mean reverting nerds like me try to come in and take the other side and just make it so that you are reminded how not easy these things are meant to be. And if you look at SpaceX, it's been down like every day for the last 2 weeks. ASPCX, right? If you just look at this on a daily chart, like look, just straight rip down. So at some point, this thing has an extremely insane rip your face off rally. Again, my bet, I don't like targets, but my bet would be into the 130s, right? 125, 130, somewhere around that, just enough to give everybody who is short it a little bit of a spook and a run for their money, and then maybe it rolls over and hits Mitch's $100 from there. It's just been too easy. You look at this, it's barely broken the high of the day before it, except this like one candle right here since way back here, and that is the beginning. So almost a month of just straight down action. So at some point you get that huge, you'll have a 20% week, and you'll get all the Elon fanboys coming out and talking about how this is the greatest thing ever, and then maybe it rolls back over. So I guess I just thought that's a pretty good way to sum up my idea behind mean reversion, is that if just something looks too easy to one side, it's time to start looking at the other side. And this has just been too easy to short this thing. If you were anti SpaceX and you didn't make a whole bunch of money off it, then like how? Just because every day was just lower and lower and lower. So maybe we'll keep a close eye. Keep a close eye. I'm going to add this one back to a watch list, right? How many shares unlock? I think 20% of the float unlocks but I have seen that like everyone's talking about how SpaceX is going to go down because they're going to unlock a bunch of shares. Like it's like everybody's knows that. So the surprising thing would be if the exact opposite happened. As soon as they unlock another 20% of the float, the thing rips 30%. That would be the more market thing, in my opinion, where it's like everybody knows that this thing's coming and they're all betting bearish for it, but the market has priced it in advance. So how many? 90,000 shares? It's way more than that. I don't know. Let me ask Perplexity here. But it's like August, end of August, I think. It's after the first earnings report, which is, I think, the beginning of August. How many SpaceX shares unlock after earnings? see. Yeah, 900 million. Yeah, so according to this, roughly 900 to 920 million are scheduled to unlock right after the first earnings, assuming the baseline tranche triggers and not the price-based kicker. Well, the price-based kicker is definitely not going to unlock.
Well, guys, we got it, baby. We're in the green. Let's go for an ad here. Let's see if we can get a nice ad here. There we go. Nice little ad. Let's go. Let's get it up there. Let's make a couple more $1,000 here. See what we can do. See if we can get this to ride up there. Just bought a little bit on the bid here. Would like to see it get to 3250s, and then I can sell it on the rip here. I don't got to get it all the way up there. I just need to get it back up towards, let's say, this 32s, right? So let's see if we can get back up there, get a quick little pop here, and then go for the sell. Can we go and get some more cash from the well
I'm
today?
I've over traded today. I'm done. I'm calling it. Maybe one more. Maybe one more. Maybe one more.
That's a true addict right there. It's just one more trade. Just one more.
It's one more trade. Always the one more trade.
Just one more beer, right? Just one more. Can't.
I feel like I'm looking at the wife. Yeah, baby, just one more.
Already had 2 or 3, baby. You might as well have another.
Wait. A little patience on this last one here.
Just trying to wet your lips. That's it, bud.
Yeah.
Just trying to wet your lips, dude.
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking for.
Trying to wet my lips, dude. Come on, let me get a sip. Oh, dude. The spread will give you a heart attack.
Oh yeah. These plays, that's the one thing you have to worry about. Is the spread. You have to. That's usually with these. You're gonna have to get 2, 3, 4 points. So it's like, okay, just try not to worry about the spread. You're gonna get multiple points out of this.
Gotta mind the gap, man. Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. We have a lot of these plays today. A lot of halting plays in the small cap market. Haven't had really any good slow runners. These would all be giving Nas a heart attack for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good. Well, I've got some small cap stuff here. Look, what am I doing? I'm short ENTX.
Nice.
Okay.
That's flat. I'm short BIYA. Both flat on that one too. Looks like it was up a bunch in a while. And I'm short Whirlpool. WHR.
Oh, nice. So, you're shorting the washing machines.
So that's definitely not a low float kind of penny stock, but these two are. And this is from the hangover play. Looks like BIYA was a great trade for a second there. And then it's kind of bouncing. So hopefully that rolls back over. Pushes a little bit lower on that one. Yeah, I got him. It's just not me doing it because I don't have the patience nor the temperament.
All right, if it was a mafia came to the house and they said, "Okay, wood chipper, you owe us $500K," or you can either go karaoke one song or day trade a small cap that's halting. What are you gonna do?
Karaoke day trade. Yeah, I'd find some stats. I'd look at like how many times it halts before it starts going down. And I'd just take that shot. That seems like a decent stat to run.
Now I know the likelihood of us ever getting you on the stage to karaoke is like slim to none.
0. You want it? There's no sure bets in trading, but there's a sure bet right there.
There's enough moonshine in the world for everybody to get singing, Josh.
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, it's gonna be like a hangover, trade the pool type of event.
You need that sugar, so it needs to be moonshine, baby. All right, guys, here we go. Let's see if we get the moonshine today, baby. Let's see it. Come on up. Come up the stairs and pay me out. Let's go. Got to do the Johnny Manziel today, baby. Money. Let's see if we get it, guys. We're close.
Johnny Football. Oh,
Johnny, 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 don't do it to me, Johnny. Try to go home with the bag today. Don't do it to
Man,
me.
I haven't done this in a while, but I think I got dinged my Claude weekly usage for all models.
Oh, good job.
I've
Already?
been cranking this one.
Already?
No, it resets.
It resets
today.
on Monday.
I think it's
Oh,
from
yours
when you
resets
start
on Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday at 3 hours and 10 minutes from now.
I was about to say, mine restarted yesterday. If yours restarted on mine, I would have been like, holy crap, Michael.
Yeah, I'd be paying. And again, I'm doing the
The
20
100 or
times
the
max.
Oh, the 20 time. You know what the difference is, though, right? I looked it up, Michael. So the 20 time is only for your cycle, like your 4-hour cycle. It doesn't really affect your weekly 20 times.
Oh,
I looked it up. That's the trick.
Down.
That's the trick, Michael. They get you. They think you're gonna get. You think you're gonna get 20 times weekly usage. They're not gonna give you 20 times that weekly usage.
It's jerks.
Yeah, trust me. Oh, I looked into it because I was about to buy it too, Michael. I was like, it's worth it in certain times when you need to do a lot of tasks because no one likes to get, like I was doing. I was waking up at like 3 or 4 just to hit the enter button. That's you know what I mean?
SpaceX just going, man. Is today the day? We're mooning here.
Could be.
But yeah,
Hey, the rocket's going. The rockets are going. That means look for RKLB to wake up. Look for Planet Labs to wake up.
Yeah, the
SPY's waking up. The Q's is waking up, right?
There's a lot of turnaround right now. A lot of things are coming back. Even
Let's see.
moving back
I've
up.
been watching Walter Bloomberg. Did
Let's
he
cash,
wake up happy
baby.
today?
Let's cash. Let's cash. Come on, hit me. Hit me. I want to cash, baby. I want to
there's
cash.
nothing from Walter. His last tweet is Musk's fortune plunges. Only worth $700 billion. Can we start a GoFundMe for Elon Musk?
He needs it with all his kids.
Oh no, it's only $700 billion. What a plunge! But yeah, that tells you that dude's not waking up right now and starting to tweet yet.
Yeah, SpaceX really pushing up. Wow.
Boom, baby. Let's go.
Little stair stepper.
That's 10 grand today, baby.
Nice.
10 G's. Let's
Nice.
go. Whew.
Stepping up the share size, baby.
Look at that. Look. Look at that
is
filled
2,000, 2,800 shares. Nice.
10 G's.
Wow.
10-9.
That's some serious money. We need the little guy on the screen to walk by now. Where,
Oh, yeah.
Where is
Now
he?
you can play him.
Yeah.
We're really moving here in space now.
10,971. Now do I short it?
See now you're getting a little.
Yeah, now you're
Take
getting
a deep breath, go for a walk, right?
Look at
You're
that.
getting that.
You see, this is what you call your boys.
Yeah, it's like the moment you
gotta
start to
have
get
your
that
boys.
your shit
You
doesn't
gotta
stink
have
anymore,
some people.
right?
Exactly. You gotta have
start
some
to go,
people to
okay.
come in here and give you a good old whack every now and then.
Just take a deep breath and go, okay, you had some good trades. And it's funny, your mentality switches entirely when you've been doing this long enough that
Yeah.
it stops becoming, oh, this is awesome, I'm an amazing trader, and you go, my next one's definitely going to cost me. It's
Yeah,
like,
that one's gonna cost. That one's gonna be the $10,000 loser, and they all go down.
It's
Hey, I do have a nice cushion on the day I can go try to lose it. That's what Michael's saying.
They have.
This is what I always loved. My first prop firm that I traded, like way back in 2006, they had this, just called it loss from top feature that you could turn on. And it was just like a trailing stop of your equity. So you'd always have, say, I worked my way up. I was at like $2,000 a day risk, and it would always stay at that. So if you ever had a day where you made a certain amount, it's like that would trail behind you. So eventually, when you kind of came into your first losing streak, it would just kind of kick you out. You take a little walk away. I liked it as an idea. You were always mad at the time, but thinking back, it was probably a really great way to do it, where it was, you had this kind of trailing stop. Because then when you felt like you had a little bit of a hot hand, you keep going with it. And then when you gave that up, and when your system started to stop working, then it just kind of stopped you out on your own, and you went on from there.
Where was that at,
right.
Michael?
It's called now Day Trade the World. It was called, oh my God, I'm so old, I can't remember. Anyway, it was old school.
How old is old? I've always wanted to know.
It depends on how old you
I
are.
turned 40 this year.
We're the same age? And you think that's old? Oh my gosh! No.
Hey, my back hurts a lot, so so you're old too. Congratulations! If you're just finding out today, you are also old. Congrats!
I'm not that old. Oh my god!
But yeah, it was like old school physical prop firm, right? You'd go show up and sit down, line of dudes in a tiny, sweaty office, just trying to clack away on the keys. And yeah, it was the more old school model where you had to interview and wear a tie and convince them why you could trade and all that kind of stuff. And that's just where I got my feet wet. It was great because just like we're doing, obviously there wasn't any streams like this back then. That was before live streaming was really a thing. So the only way you could watch people trade and share ideas and stuff is to actually find a physical location somewhere. And yeah, it's one of the reasons that I like doing this content. And I like this stream and everything, because it feels to me more like what I used to do back then on a physical floor, but this is just the digital one, so you don't have to leave your house, and you can still like watch other traders trade and hear them squabble and argue about positions and all that kind of fun stuff.
Well, we're definitely getting a little bit of a comeback there in tech, trying to ride a little bit of some Google the rest of the day. We'll see if it can just keep climbing here. This I know I won't lose $10,000 on, so it's not a bad one to take maybe a little bet on. See if we see some continued upside. We'll keep it really tight. Ideas to get break even real quick, but we'll see what happens there. All right, guys, let's go to a little quick education here. I know you guys have seen some healthcare stocks up. We've talked about some healthcare names, and I always talked about Johnson & Johnson. The reason why you wanted it was not only because things are getting better underneath the hood, but the surgical side of things. Let's take a look a little bit into some robotic surgery conversation right now.
For over 2 decades, robotic surgery was a one-brand monopoly. But in 2026, 3 massive shifts have suddenly blown the market wide open, making the operating room the most competitive space in healthcare. First up, the 26-year monopoly is over. Medtronic's Hugo just completed its first commercial U.S. surgery, and J&J's Ottava is in FDA review. We are now looking at a crowded, 6-way race for the American operating room. Next, Medicare just structurally changed the financial incentives. They moved 560 procedures to the outpatient list. This means heavy surgeries, like robotic knee replacements, can now happen in high-volume, same-day clinics. To accelerate this, they issued the first ever billing code specifically for robotic assistants. And finally, AI integration is happening underneath the hardware. Robots are now running on NVIDIA's healthcare compute layer to deploy autonomous assist features. A new FDA framework allows these AI models to continuously update and improve without needing a brand new clearance every single time. With new financial incentives, fierce competition, and AI upgrades happening in real time, the robotic OR is no longer a sci-fi future. It's a rapidly expanding reality where the rules have fundamentally changed.
All right, guys, there you have some conversation, whether it's Intuit Surgical, Johnson & Johnson, or Medtronic, right? MDT, look how Medtronic has been reacting as of late. It's been really kicking off right back to the upside. I like this name. I also like Johnson & Johnson. I think you're seeing more and more of AI kind of start to play in, more that robotics, but in surgery. So Johnson & Johnson is definitely a name that I think really starts to win there. Another thing that happened just yesterday, you got more of that talc settlement out the way. So, hey, Johnson & Johnson to the upside. Doesn't look bad at all, keeps holding, and this one could be a big mover. I mean, look at the last couple of quarters for Johnson & Johnson. It's been a heck of a ride, right? So not a bad place to be. That's why I've been looking into the healthcare space. We'll continue looking into the healthcare space as it seems to be the growth leader for right now. That seems to be where your growth is going, right? So we'll look to see if that continues to work there. Any wrap up, Michael, for the traders out there? That's pretty much it for me.
So I got my little process to run. Looks like there's a 57% chance that Tesla is up over the next 3 days. And on average, call it 2 to 3%. So there's some edge there. It's not a huge one, but I'll keep thinking about it. If we hold on into the afternoon, I'll probably either buy some Tesla there or short those puts. But yeah, it's not a huge edge, 56%, but take enough 56% bets over time, even if it's a 1-to-1, you'll end up doing okay. So that's what I'm looking at. And then other than that, we've been saying this for weeks now, like Wednesday's the main event. Everything until then is just for fun. And then once we get the main event, we'll figure out what's actually happening.
Sounds good. I like Tesla to 290, 280 since I'm still shorting it, but okay, we can do a little upside. I'll take a little up before.
All right, guys. You have a good one. Josh, the market's recovering nicely. Don't screw that one up for me. Right?
I'll hold low of day. How about that? I'll make sure we don't go any lower.
All right, I got to go prepare an hour-long presentation that I have to do at some San Diego University now. That'll be fun.
Nice.
Be a good time. But
hey, Arby's heading your way though very soon.
Oh yeah? No, I'm messaging Steve to see if he's got any time to hang out. We'll do maybe a cutesy little video to send in for you guys or something about us hanging out, having a little bro date. It'll be great.
Only if it includes you at karaoke bar, but not doing karaoke. Going, oh, I'm teasing you, Josh. Oh, I'm teasing you.
You know what I think of your karaoke? You know what I...
he just left.
That was perfect. That's a mic drop right there.
I was wondering if he was going to do that. I thought he's not just going to exit. And then, yep, he did.
Vamos, gone. That was great. That was good stuff right there. Speaking of the J&J show, Johnson & Johnson, we got J&J up. Johnson & Johnson, Jesse and Josh. Josh and Jesse, however you like. Beautiful old resistance, new support, old supply becomes new demand. Love the W shape right there. Absolutely gorgeous on J&J. So yeah, if you're looking at J&J in the chart, that does look pretty for sure. And XLV, it's funny when I was looking at that, I'm like, that's a number, isn't it? And it is also a number. XLV. Does anyone know what number that is? We should do a giveaway. First one in chat that knows what number that is. That's a Roman numeral or number. I can't even talk right now. But XLV, what is it? How many? Do you know what number it is, Jesse?
12. I don't know. XLV. In Roman numerals. X is 10. L is I knew this. I even took 2 years of Latin. 45. Purple Drank says 45.
Right. Purple Drink all over it. That is 45 XLV. Good job using that brain. That is it. Now let's go back over to stocks that I have traded today. DFNS. That's right. Let's play some defense. Some T3 defense. Some T3 defense. Go back to the 1 minute time frame here. Start breaking some of these plays down for the day. Jesse. Here's what we traded in my lobby and what took me a while to get over here because boy, oh boy, we had a crazy halt fest today. Out of the gate, DFNS bringing it from the get-go. I went in on this play right here. Oh, no, let's zoom back on out. No, I wanted to go in there, didn't. Was a little sketched out to begin with, didn't know if we continue the gap and go. And as soon as we gapped up, it was time to get in. So I got in for the move up. Took some in the 36s, 34s as well as it started reversing right back on down and then halted down on me. But we still got the long in the breakout here. And then I had traders taking that first halt down, which I love the first halt down. I didn't think about it because I was getting out of my long. Well, I got to get out, right? I should have got short because I would have never seen any red from it. Even when we came up and reversed, my halt strategy worked out to the bottom side as it does, right? So we not only will see bounces off of where we halted up at, we're also going to see reversals with the first halt down. So right, so we love to see. Usually it's the first halt up or the second halt up. We're going to see some support if and when we come to it. Same thing for the first or maybe even second halt down. We only halted down once. Thus we hit it and slapped it there. So that would have been a great reversal for the short. So DFNS, I took it up. Some traders on my side then also took it down. And why I wasn't taking it down, I was in 3 trades at once. While DFNS was halted up and moving up here, I was also in INLF to the short side. Right here, first halt down strategy. So I'm in this. Of course, didn't work out as much as I really wanted it to. I was hoping we'd get some backside move like this just right out of the gate. Well, I'm thinking after defense, DFNS ran as hard as it did, it kept these plays a little more bullish than I anticipated. So this one right here, unfortunately, worked out pretty decent. I got a good size gap down, took some profit, but it raced back up against me. And also at the same time, I was in WLDS. That's right, we're getting wild, baby. That's right, wilds and wilding out, whatever you want to call those wearable devices. And the same thing, got the short here, first halt down, took it all the way down into the 3s, Jesse. So this one worked out more so than INLF out of the gate. I was hoping that INLF would do this. So I was in 3 trades at once. DFNS up, and then INLF and W. It was nuts. It was absolutely crazy. And then after that, we're going ahead, hey, let's have an egg, because I like eggs. I know we all do, even though I say I don't want to have a ton of them. Then I did the same thing. First halt down. Took some profit as we were moving into a halt down there as the spread got a little tight. And as soon as this went live, I took some more in this area, and then it came right back up and stopped me out. Again, like INLF, didn't work out as well as I wanted. Still overall 4 for 4 on the day, and I'll take that any day of the week. I'm 4 for 4, and I say I'd overtraded, but it's just a lot of these halting plays, and that's what we're dealing with. We don't really have a lot of, hey, I'm going for a bounce player. Hey, guys, look for this, and this is going to squeeze. A lot like yesterday when we can go back to DFNS, and yesterday, we'll just scroll back in time. Do you remember? This play yesterday ended up being a play that you could maybe look at to trade all day long. Consolidation, dips back off of former highs, right? You can take the downtrend breaks, the downtrend breaks, the downtrend breaks, right? So you can trade bounce plays, you can trade breakouts. Not the greatest to short the top. Of course, this play is super bullish overall, and that would be one of the reasons why. But DFNS, one of the plays for me on the day, and I forgot this is one of the new evals that I got. All these deals we're doing, I'm just adding evals, and I'm trying to grow them to funded accounts. This one's already up about $800 or $700 since I've opened it. Let's go to indicators. Yes, I want to add one 100%, and I want to add the VWAP, at least for sure, to this chart right here. And boy, oh boy, oh, we're well above it. So there's my trade for the day. Up $400 overall on this funded account, now up 776. So we're up 776 on this 50K account. Not too bad, just taking it slow and steady, trying to get to the top and get it funded. And I'm really trading this with traders on my live stream so they can grow their funded account or maybe even their evals to get them funded.
I love that. What are you up on this account? I'm sorry, it's just very difficult to read this. What does this say?
770.
Beautiful.
Yeah, almost 800. 775.
That's
almost
wonderful,
800.
man. That's wonderful. I have my trades pulled up as well that I took. I only took 3 trades this morning, and like you, they were all good. And I said 3 times, I'm good. I just want to walk away at this point because I like just to be green, right? Especially after 3 trades like that. And 4 trades for you, brother. That's a lot. You don't do 4 trades typically, right?
Wow,
that's a lot.
Well, are we showing your screen? Are we showing your screen?
We should be. I do have my screen share where it says that it should be shown. Let's see if it'll switch over to it. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Boom.
There we go. Okay, my bad. I just switched back to mine. We're fighting for screen. That's my screen.
Give me that screen. It's mine. So yes, MU, the semiconductors. Everybody knows. We've been talking about it all morning. Going to the short side for a long time this morning. Normally, I've been waiting probably at least 10 to 15 minutes before I get in any position lately, just because you can get burned so quick, right? Everybody knows this. And I've been just patient. I've actually been prying myself on patience lately, But today, 6 minutes after the open, we were already below VWAP for MU. We were already below pre-market, just about. We were touching this pre-market low, which was 828. Let me zoom in a little closer, give you guys a bit of a better look. Give me 1 second. Here we go. And, we're already below VWAP, below the 20, below the 9. Everything looks bearish. It doesn't look like it's just going to come back and bounce back up. So I go short here at 829. I take some profit at 826. I wait a little while again. I take more profit at 821. First trade is green. I get out. I wait a couple more minutes, and then I see there's more opportunity to go to the downside. So I get in at 816, and I take some profit at 815 something or other, and then 813.96. Nice. I'm good. Now, I could have probably stayed in this position. I could have had a little bit of, could have taken some profit here, and then would have, had a harder stop. I could have had my stop up here, or not there. Maybe over here. Wouldn't have touched me. So for future reference, of course, it's always good to look at these things in retrospect. Could have stayed into way more of the downside. We reach 807, 806 with MU. Could have had more. Happy with green, but always good to talk to yourself and say, hey, what could I have done different? What could I have done better? That's what I could have done better. Let me just move over here. We had a low of day 789.09, and then we start moving up, but I feel like it's a fake up move. I still want to short it, so I do short it. This was kind of stupid, but it worked. So I shorted it at 804. I shorted again at 806 to average in. I average in again at 809. And we're still moving. So this is VWAP. This orange line is VWAP. And I'm like, I think we're going to probably touch VWAP and come back, or at least get near it. So I'm just going to, average down. At some point, my loss would have been terrible. So I average in one more time at 810. We do start moving to the downside, and I start selling out of my position here at 807 and finally at 809. I just take two quick, take my profit. Good thing I did, because my thesis was about to be completely invalidated. We were strong above VWAP, at least temporarily, till we hit the 200 EMA, and then we start falling down again. So those are my 3 trades that I've taken. Looks like we're just kind of consolidating at the moment with MU, just sort of dancing on the VWAP line now.
Dancing with wolves? No, we're dancing with VWAP, baby. Come on, that's much more fun to do. Real quick.
Market Lounge. Thank you.
Yeah, good trades. Yeah, they're the good trades there, Boston. There at the end, a little maybe like that over trading starting to get you a little bit. I think what would happen, I bet too as well. You see it dump down into the 700s, and you start to go, damn it, I should have held, or I should have got. You kind of do that, and then you want to get something out of it because you knew you could have gotten more out of your original trades. And I did that a lot throughout the years. And that's kind of like me right now. I was like, I'm done. I'm green. I'm 4 for 4. I was like, maybe one more. Josh, honestly, maybe one more. No, you're 4 for freaking 4. You're growing the account perfectly. What's the point of trying to get one more in when you can wait till tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, this account that I'm in right now, it's a 200K account, and I'm up $960 in it. So it's very green. It's good. I have a long ways to go, but it's good. I've had some really good trades. That last trade where I averaged down really almost too many times, had my thesis been wrong, had it touched VWAP and continues to explode like it did a few minutes after that, that would have really been a really bad trade. I would have had a very red day. So it works sometimes, but, doesn't always. It did today, though.
Yeah, and other live streams. Jack, if you want to put mine and Jesse's links out there, Yosh, that would be awesome. I have my own live stream. My website's primetradinginvestments.com. I've been streaming live on my own for a little over a year now, but I've had the website since 2021 doing one-on-ones, and I have what's called morning alerts. They're really all-day alerts that I do from small cap to large cap. You get about 30 alerts a day giving you levels, what to trade, where to go long, where to go short. I was streaming somewhere else before this. It was like almost like a free agency pickup where I was streaming live at before this at a different streaming service, right? Since 2020. So I've been streaming live since 2020. And then it was Friday in 2020, and then I moved to every day in 2021 into 2022. So I've essentially been streaming live every day for about 5 years now. And I'm on my own, primetradinginvestments.com, and that's where I stream live Monday through Friday. You catch me pre-market into the opening bell. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, of course, elongated mornings with me over there. And then obviously little lunch recaps and, of course, afternoon commentary when I'm not doing live streams here Tuesday and Thursday, or lunch recaps on Monday, Wednesday, Friday as well here. So I'm still live there about 3 hours or so a day, essentially.
Yeah, and I, just vouching for Josh's channel and things like that, man, Josh's levels are great. So really check out Josh's channel for sure. He's very good at calling levels and numbers, and I've seen it time and time again. So yeah, definitely check out Josh's Josh's channel as well. Looks like you guys
Appreciate it.
put up mine as well. I just started mine recently. It's very new. Jesse Trades on YouTube. I do a lot of reviews, recaps, live trading, and interviews as well. I was actually able to interview Kevin Avery, our very own, yesterday, which was great, which was a lot of fun.
Okay. Kev Dog. And yes, you can watch any of them. Of course, mine's a paid stream service. I've been doing it for such a long time, so mine is a paid service. So $70 a month for the stream, $30 a month for the morning alerts. But you, like today, everyone in my lobby was green. Whether you were taking the DFNS, WLDS, INLF, or egg trades with me. Some people were taking trades that I wasn't even taking, like the DNFNS short. When I wasn't in, they were in short. So yes, it's definitely you get your value for sure. I make sure we're covered. Even large caps. I said Apple's going to squeeze right there at the opening bell. What did Apple do at the opening bell? Boom, squeeze, right? So I'm getting you covered. Long, short, large cap, small cap. I just love charts. It's like sports.
And you're great at it. You're great at it, Josh. I've seen you do it time and time again already, and it's very impressive.
We just watched Mortal Kombat 2 again. I love it. So I'm like, I want to be like, I want to be one of the badasses, right? Johnny Cage is cool, but we all know Liu Kang's one of the most strong Mortal Kombat characters, or of course Raiden. So I'm like, hey, I want to be on that Liu Kang Raiden level. It's like, that's what I want to get on that level. And yes, Jack watched as much, and the YouTube's free. Go to our YouTube, check out our YouTube. We got plenty of information. Jesse's dropping videos left and right. I've got hundreds for you already, so I'm still dropping them, but there's more to drop. Speaking of drop, smash that like button because we're about to do a 25K eval giveaway. Yesterday, you guys poured on over for the after hour stream, and I want you to come back over today covering earnings. That's our sweet spot. You guys come over. You get 50 likes on our live streams. We're going to do a 25K eval. We almost got 100 likes yesterday on our after hours live stream, so that would have been 2. So again, every 50 likes we get, we're going to give away a 25K eval giveaway, which let's go ahead and get to that. It's time to give away a 25K eval. You ready, Jesse?
I love when we give stuff away, man. We just give stuff away all the time out here. It's so great. All these evals, man. Oprah, right?
Yeah, that's what calls trade the Oprah. Trade the pool, Oprah. Trade the pool.
Always giving away evals.
Right.
I love it.
Drum roll, please. Let's get to it. Rock and roll. Here we go. Almost in time. I thought I got it. Jessica E. Yeah, we got another lady to get one.
Nice.
Love it when the ladies win. Let's go, Jessica E.
Great job.
25K eval, just like that. You show up on our live streams. You smash that like button 50 times, which, come on, smash it now. Every one of you out there, 50 likes on today's stream right now that you're watching. We'll give a 25K eval later today on our earnings stream. Yesterday, this is what this is from. Our earnings stream got a 25K eval. So I told you guys to come back over and watch today's stream, and we'll give away a 25K-er. And we did their beautiful. I still have like the World Cup, the Trading World Championship pulled up on this tab, which is so funny. But congratulations again, Jessica. Woo! And yeah, you guys did call it. It did squeeze up again. Pretty much got that double top here on DFNS. Halted right back on down. Let's go over here to my halt scanners. And what do we have here, Jesse, on the halt scanners? We have a resumption price of right around $30. So not too big of a gap down. We're showing 20 after and 17 seconds for the resumption time. So we'll keep our eyes here on DFNS in it. In the small cap sector, that's what we've had today. A bunch of plays that are halting, not really getting your run-of-the-mill slow and steady movers. That's where today you'd want to be over in the large mega cap sector. Yes, Jack, Matthew, Shaw, Nigel, everyone in chat, Snowman, D-Rider, my man Kevin. Of course, I'll say Kevin. I was thinking of Kevin Avery, but he might be out there somewhere. Joseph in chat, Market Lounge. Trevor giving me the love. I'm with Josh. It's always great to trade. Yeah, we go. Love it, love it. Purple Drink, FJF, everybody in chat today, Crow Attack, the usuals. And there you go. Free 25K Flex trading account giveaway. There was a link in chat earlier. I'd say it's down. I'm catching back up to trade the pool now and our chance to win the giveaway, which we just did. And thanks for the eval from 2 weeks ago. I'm still trying to pass it. Laugh out down 200. It's all right. Patience, Jack. Patience, Jack. What's up, Benetta? How we doing? Love the wallflowers out there. Just kind of watching, listening in the background. If you are looking to trade DFN, if I can talk, DFNS, I've been saying this ticker too many times, it's back down here. I love this 28, 27.50 area. A lot of support today, right back in that. I bet we just rechannel up, right? We had that nice good squeeze, come back down, and we consolidate. But we can't continue to do this, and what's going to happen, if we come up and fail again, traders are going to move away from DFNS and look to go to maybe a different vehicle. Right now, the main vehicles I could see this going to, egg. This was going crazy earlier. And we are in this nice, really tight consolidation wedge right here. So this is one is on high watch for me that can still possibly pop. Anything else that was running earlier in the day, I'm just not a fan of. INLF, yeah. Wilds, as I call it, wilding out. Maybe, possibly. It is trying to move back above this. Maybe we could U-shape. I would have best bets on egg. Why? Jesse eats 3 a day minimum. He would love to have 6 a day if he wanted to. He just keeps it at 3 usually.
I have done 6 though before in the past, but 3's good. 3's good.
Yeah, I will say no. I mean, when I do scrambled eggs, it's like when me and Avery, because I want minimum 3. You know, I love.
yeah.
But what's funny when it's scrambled eggs, I want 3 or 4. It seems like, but when I do, which I like mine, you know, over easy. However, you know, if you like, however you like them, sunny side up, over easy. However, essentially, however runny you want your yolk. Love that, but I only do 2 when I do them that way. I probably could eat more, but usually when I do that, I have some toast, I have some
Sure.
hash browns, some bacon. I'm really making that complete.
And now I'm hungry. I haven't eaten my eggs and banana yet. Now I'm starving. Thanks. And I still got 45 minutes on here.
Oh, I love it. Well, let's talk about maybe something else. All right.
We can talk about food. I'm just my stomach's gonna start. You're gonna hear it in the microphone.
Yeah, smash that like button, Market Lounge. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Just wanted to cover before we get into the book of the week, which we do have a great segment coming up in about 10 minutes. Book of the week. Later today, we've got earnings. We already had Coca-Cola earlier today. Boeing was good. Of course, Corning was earlier today. UPS, we had some good ones. Later today, Visa, KLA Corp. We got Seagate. I know there'll be some big ones that we cover. We got Waste Management later. I know Steve always gets you to run of the mill. We've got Bloom Energy later today.
Yeah.
So we've got some pretty decent names to look at when we get to earnings today, which starts up right at Power Hour, 3 p.m. Eastern, from my man Raja Daja, Mr. Snowman. Everyone else, I know you like it. And it just gives Steve a little bit more time to make sure we cover the earnings that will be coming up at the closing bell. Today, Jesse Alejandro will be on with you guys. I'll probably pop in, especially if we get to that 50 likes, you know, jolt the live stream with some of my Raiden energetic energy.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man, we got Ford tonight. I drive a Ford, so I want to see what Ford's earnings are. It'll be good. It won't be as big as, of course, tomorrow's earnings with who we have, but no, tonight's going to be great. It's going to be a good one, and we'll do some live trading. I'll make sure I have the account ready for that, and we'll actually start. We'll actually do some trading as earnings come out.
So you're a Ford guy, huh?
I do like Ford. I'm not exclusive to Ford, but I have a Ford F-150 quad. What is it? Quad back, big back seat. It's great. I really, really like it, and it's the first truck I've ever had. I used to be a Jeep guy. I had the Commander. I had Jeep Grand Cherokees. I do like Jeep, but with the Ford, man, you get that back end. You know,
hey, that's hey, you get a Jeep Gladiator, baby. You got to get the Gladiator.
Yeah, you could, but I can also fit.
I
more
will say
kids.
the F. Yeah, I would say the F. It's more. Yeah, it's more. Definitely more room in a Ford. It's definitely But I will say, if you like do them up, man, those Gladiators look good.
Yeah,
I mean, like when they're lifted and they got the nice beefy tires and like some good looking rims, wheels, right. Get the side rails going, get you a front grille or a bumper, or let's say the brush guard, whatever you might want to call it, you know.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Oh, he's good. He's good. All right. So hopefully the dogs are okay. I will.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I'm just.
No, you're good, buddy.
I just run out there real quick, and when I go, hey, and they're like, oh, Dad's still here.
I didn't know if somebody was breaking in. If Knoxville was going to have to do some martial arts on some people coming up, I didn't know what was going on.
That is hilarious. So I will say, on the way up, I like this little maybe possible cup and handle for Ford. We got 15.50 and then 16 on the dot resistance coming up. So we can see these every 50-cent intervals. Then again, here we got one about 16.70. So watch for that top side move today. Support down below. I love this right around 13.75. And then again at 13.20. And then we got the whole gang coming in and saying hi now.
Oh,
hey, Dad, you are here. Dad, you are here. But yeah, I was never really
never a truck guy.
I had one in my life. I had a 4-door Dodge Ram. So I actually, it was funny. It was when rims and wheels got big, and so I was kind of getting out of my Fast and Furious Mitsubishi Eclipse and was done with that.
Those were fun.
Yep, and kind of getting out of that stage of my life and wanted the rims and kind of the big wheels. And I wanted an SUV. Like I like Forerunners, of course. I like the X5. I was looking at SUVs, but they're all like a little too pricey. I was like, for what like the parents' budget was, like we're gonna get you kind of a car for college, and here's what you're gonna have.
Yeah.
And one of my buddies was like, man, what do we got going on here? Oh, Avery's putting wraps on the dogs, so I have the wife coming in putting wraps on the dogs. All right, I'm like, what's going on here?
I have to meet your wife eventually. Maybe not right now,
right?
but at some point.
Yes, for sure, definitely. I was gonna say she pops on the live stream. I always ask her a couple, so
Does she? Does she come on there too? Cool.
every once in a while, if I ask her a question, and then she'll come in and give her take on it. Like the movie last week, remember what was Obsession? You came in and talked about Obsession with
I saw
us.
something about it, and apparently the reason why, like, her character is based off the dead cat she killed. The cat went into her body or something.
What? Oh, anyway, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I don't know if you've seen the movie Obsession, but yeah, it just
I haven't seen that. No.
Back to the trucks. One of my buddies was like, "Man, there's a Dodge Ram would look because there was a Dodge Ram. Like my dad, lo and behold, luckily, always had being a radio show host, had a tie-in with a local dealership because it was usually their number one. I say promoter, not a promoter, but oh my gosh, running ads. Well, oh my gosh, I can't think of the word right now, but essentially that was where they got most of their money from. Like, of course, you do sales, and the people that do commercials on your radio station. It was always some sort of local dealership was the one that usually had, like that essentially they, ran the most commercials for. So it used to be Little Rock Dodge. It's now Frank Fletcher Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. So it's always been so that's why again too I was always kind of tied to Jeeps because I liked them, but then I was able to get them because of my dad in the dealership. So anyway. It was Dodge, Little Rock Dodge back in the day, and there was one of my buddies noticed, I guess, a guy had a two-door Dodge Ram. This was, of course, when the Dodge Rams had the 20s on it, and they started kind of looking good. This is around like 2004, 2005. And there was one that was lowered, and it was just a two-door, and it had like 22s on it. I was like, oh, dude, that does look good with some wheels on it. And then, that's when trucks, and all my buddies had trucks, and they went kind of from the duck hunting stage to everyone was putting wheels on their trucks. I was like, okay, trucks still look pretty good with rims. And so I got a ended up being a four-door Dodge Ram. And this was back when like your side mirrors and your side door handles were all black. My truck was white, but then I'm like, man, all this black I just don't like the way it looks. So I literally had them take off the side mirrors, take off the door handles, shave them down, painted them white so the whole truck was white, put a roll pin on the back, lowered the back end of it, put 24s on it, had a flip out 7-inch Pioneer screen that, back then had navigation, which you're like, wow, we got navigation. Of course, had a system in it, put the PS2 in it.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I had one Dodge truck, and it was like we went down. This is when Panama City Beach was the thing, and so going down there, you're going down the strip at 2 miles an hour, and all these cars, and it was kind of the car that everybody like. The back of my truck would be full of people. The car's got like 8 people inside of it, and here I am like, yeah. I'm the man, yeah. PlayStation 2, 24s, you see them, huh?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Those were the days.
That's great.
So, but I do miss it. The only thing I don't miss about it was back then, of course, when you're 18, 19, 23, everybody's moving. Hey, Josh, you want to help us move? Hey, Josh, can we use your truck? Oh, God, that was one of the most.
Yeah.
But I do miss that of being able to throw something in the bed of your truck. And one
I
of the
love
coolest
it.
things.
I love that.
One of the coolest things was putting the four-wheeler back there. So, like, it's crazy how
yeah.
four-wheelers can just almost fit perfectly in the back of the bed.
Like they were made for it, right? Size-wise. They really were. Like Ford's like all the trucks are like, this is made for four-wheelers.
Yes.
Totally.
And so that was another cool time one time when I had a four-wheeler in the back of the truck.
You were so much cooler than me at a young age, man. I started off with a full-size GMC conversion van that I inherited from my parents.
Oh,
It had
wow.
a black and white TV in it, and it had
yeah.
like a bed in the back. I looked like that 70s show rolling around.
Yeah, that's cool, though.
Although not as cool because it was a 1994 GMC van. It'd be cool if it was a 70s van, right?
Yeah,
And
the
then my
older
next
ones.
vehicle was a Chevy Lumina, a 1996
the
blue
Lumina.
Chevy Lumina, baby.
Oh, I
That
remember
thing
the
was
Lumina.
like, they're so ugly. But I was young, and it's what I had. It worked.
Hey, loved it. I loved it, man. That's good stuff. My first one was like that. It was a hand-me-down. It was a Camry. It was a 1990 Camry, and then I did something to it, so we had to move on from it. And then I luckily kind of ran through cars on accident because something happened to the oil pan. So like, okay, well, this is old. We'll get you and I got a Jeep Cherokee, like the 97 like box. Well, I got clipped and then rolled that. So, and I got clipped and rolled it like after having it for just a few months. I was so sad. It got totaled. Well, then that's when Fast and Furious came out. So I'm like, ooh, I'm going to get my Eclipse. And so I got the Eclipse. And then I sold that my own. It got to the point where it was paid off, and I was like, cool, I'm going to sell this.
Yeah.
And sold it, made a little bit of money. And then that's where I was working at the time and was making good money. And so that's when I got the truck. And I was about 20 when I got the truck and put the wheels on it. So yeah, I had a little hustle and bustle. Even when I sold that, I made some money on it because we still owed some money on it. But then when I sold that myself. So remember my mom back then was like, you'd be such a good car salesman. I'm like, Mom, I got to dream bigger than car salesman. I know, listen, I maybe be the general manager, like car, come on, like car salesman, Mom, come on.
Exactly.
It's funny because that's what Joe said in football. She was like, you want to go pro so bad be in the NFL? Why don't you just be a kicker, Josh? I was like, dang it, I should have listened.
That was the way. That's the way. You want to make a quick 300, 500K at least.
And now they're making millions.
And now they're making millions.
Yeah.
And they're only on the field a couple times, and they're like the least prone to injury because they're not really doing anything but kicking a ball most of the time. Kicker in the NFL was the way to go, dude. Even at my height, I could have done it. There's guys shorter than me doing it.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I was like, dang it, Mom, I should have listened. Dang it.
Yeah.
What's funny, lo and behold, eighth or ninth grade, I think it was the eighth grade though. Something about I forgot how this even happened, but we needed a punter, and I'll never forget. I was like, oh, I can kick the ball, and I somehow got backup punter, and I mean I could barely kick a ball. I could hit it really high, but it would only go like 30 yards. But I mean, it was like the perfect just straight up and then straight down. So it's like, okay, well, if anything, we can pin them deep. We'll do a high, I'm like, man, it was so fun. I'll never forget that. I was backup punter. I was like, dang, I should have worked on that. I really had a little niche there.
That's beautiful. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
You're good. All right, back to Ford here. I was just going to notice again. We got the W here, but we're seeing a lot of these U's guys going, hey, use guys out there. This does look good for continuation, so I do like Ford. I know talking about some earnings plays, I want to get in that before Jesse gets to book of the week. KLAC, another one here. Let's go over this. We'll be looking at this later today as well. The KLA Corp. We'll be looking at this later today. Just want to look at some of these charts. Do like this to continue. Oh, this looks very strong. So, whoa. Did we just have a price split here recently with KLC? Whoa. We had to have a price split here. Something happened right here. Now I'm going to have to really dive into KLC. I just like pulling up some charts from tickers that we're going to cover. This is the main one I want to go over, though, regardless, is BE. Bloom Energy. Speaking of all-time high moves here, coming back on down off of them. So this one's really intriguing to me. Are we going to come back down into this consolidation node to the bottom side? We're already hitting the top side. If we crack to the top side, we're going down to the bottom side, guys. It's just going to happen. Overall, 2 retracement levels. As far as we're at that 50-60 level, not really good for Bloom. Bloom needs to hold here. We're coming right back down to the 130, 120 area. And I could see that happening here in after hours with the move from earnings. If we get back over 180-ish, watch for the pop up to around 195, 196 here. Over that, we'll see a move back up to 225. I think we're going to see some good moves today from Bloom. Nothing like we'll see tomorrow and on Thursday, but we'll definitely see some good size moves. Now you can see just coming back, zoom back up just a tad bit. We're topping it right off the top right here. This has to hold. 160 area. If we do not hold 160, we'll see 140, possibly 135 later today. I am going to have to open my door back here in just a second. It's so funny. A couple of my girls have to get back in here. Jesse, you back? You ready for some book of the week? Just want to bring up Bloom Energy right here. Good. Going to have some big movements, I think, today from Bloom. Jack says, I missed my chance to be a pro on the PGA Tour as a greenskeeper. They make bank. Oh, I bet. Oh, yeah, for sure. What's funny, speaking of, that was one thing, too. And that's what, back to the stock trading thing. I've talked about this in the live stream before, where I had certain passions and probably even chances to do something with that. Like the point being, right when I had that Dodge truck, which is funny, lo and behold, I went to go see a swing coach, and I had stopped going to school, got a membership at a local country club in Northwest Arkansas, started trying to, and I just didn't take advantage of it. It was kind of like when I first started trading, stock trading. So point being, gave up on golf. But I never forget going to my swing coach. My swing coach was good friends with John Daly. Of course, John Daly has a couple of courses in the Russellville, Dardanelle area where he's from. And I'll never forget one time going to those courses, and he left his golf cart there, and it was like a big Arkansas Razorback red themed Hummer. It looked like a Hummer. It was so cool. And he left it there. And of course, in the pro shop at this really nice golf course, kind of in the middle of nowhere, and just going out and playing golf and getting to use John Daly's cart. He's like, oh, because it's got Steve Holt. Never forget Steve Holt's name, swing coach. Super redneck accent. I mean, oh yeah, sure, boy, gonna take it. I mean, I forgot where he was from, But oh man, that was one of the coolest things, taking that card out and having John Daly's cart for the day. But yeah, I was shooting, I was a scratch golfer, could shoot under par. It's just one of those things I just didn't take advantage. And then eventually would just hang out with the boys and play video. We're gonna go over to and the girls are gonna that in college versus, because I wasn't going to school right. It was either that or go hit the links today, and I just didn't have that passion. I hate that at 20, 21, 22, 23, I just didn't have it. It didn't hit me again until about 25, 24 when I went back to school, graduated, and now became the broadcast journalism major that it became. But then I started doing that to where I pushed and I pushed and I pushed, but then I started seeing, am I maxing out? Am I not going to get any further with this? And it really started to hurt. So I got into stock trading, right? And then I started to do that with stock trading. I had the passion for it, but then I started noticing, man, I'm not putting my full energy in. Imagine if you did and you don't give up on it like you did with some of this other stuff in the past. And so I completely made sure I kept the pedal down to the metal and just push.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. I'm ready for a book review.
Let's do it. It's time. It's book of the week, baby.
All right, beautiful. So we got the Unknown Market Wizards book, Jack Schwager. I've heard it pronounced both ways, but I believe it's Schwager. And so this is not his latest book. This is the second latest book from the Unknown Market Wizards series. We got Daljit Dawala. He averaged 298% annual compounded returns. This guy's so impressive. 298% annual return.
Hey, let's just round that up to 300. My gosh.
Might as well, right? It's that close. Yeah, absolutely. So this guy, super interesting. He started as a tennis player. He was training to be a tennis player. He wanted to do that growing up. He discovered his trading passion at college during the chaotic 2008-2010 markets. He graduated from his university. He applied to a bunch of jobs. He landed at a prop trading seat through pure persistence. He finally got into a prop firm that he wanted to get into, and he gave up a very promising tennis career because he enjoyed the markets more. He does have an extraordinary track record for 9 years. That was 9 years, 298% average annual compounded return. He had an annualized volatility, a massive 84%. He swings big when he's confident, so he will double, triple, quadruple down on positions that he's massively confident in. His risk metrics are really great. They're elite. And then his max monthly drawdown, he stayed under 20% despite huge returns. So very impressive numbers from Daljit. His edge kind of changed over time. He had sort of a macro event-driven style. He started purely technical. He made money super fast, but he never understood why that was working, and he was losing confidence. So he shifted to headline or event trading. So there was a crisis back in 2011 that he was bearish on, and by 2016 he was there was full macro analysis plus research. He hired a research assistant to come and help him with event trading. And then when he started noticing when algo started front running headlines, he adapted by fading the initial spike. His core philosophy, he said, quote, "A few big trades a year drive almost all the profits. Know your edge and size those only." He did learn a painful lesson, though, in 2015. The FT published an erroneous pre-written headline saying the ECB would leave rates unchanged. But the headline was wrong. ECB actually cut rates, and the market reversed violently. And he said that he was up six figures to down six figures in a matter of seconds. And his lesson from that was always use protective stops on large positions. He said trading is so much about keeping the downside small, which is something I think we all kind of know, right? The other thing he did was journaling. We talk about this daily, right? He found an edge through journaling. He kept a very detailed journal of every trade, his analysis, his reasons why he got in the trade, why he got out, and the emotions that were going through his mind, through his body as he was trading that specific trade. His review revealed almost all profits came from a tiny subset of high-conviction macro trades, and he cut the noise trades that drained his capital and focus. He loves chess, So he treats the markets like it's a chess game itself, which we talk about that. We look at the markets, people look at it differently. But some people look at it like a video game. Some people look at it like a chess game, like Dolgit. 9 rules that he trades by, that he lives by. 1 is know your edge and only size the trades that fit it. 2, take partial profits and reward risk is dynamic. 3 is personalized drawdown alerts, 2% day loss, open profit loss, big size if it's not paying. 4 is watch for FOMO and frustration. I know this is something we talk about. I mean, every trader that's been around a little while, this is for everyone, right? FOMO is real for anyone. Watch it. Watch out for it.
Listen, even me, which someone called me some of the most disciplined trader because I don't trade that much. I get it. And here's what I do. You get FOMO, take a step back. Especially, I can sit here when I feel it, I go, okay, I'm not trading. I know I want it, and I'm like, Josh, you just don't. So I know I can sit here now because I'm on the live stream usually, right? But if you're not on a live stream and you start to feel that, leave the office, leave. You're only most likely going to cause some big losses.
Absolutely.
That's so huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, the fifth rule that he lives by is seek clarity, not certainty. As we all know, there is no certainty in the market, but there is clarity. So seek that, seek the probabilities, right? 6 is always plan the what if I'm wrong scenario. I think that's super smart. You're in a trade, or even before you trade, what if I'm wrong about this thesis? What if this, like today, my 3rd trade with MU, what if this does break VWAP and goes strong to the upside? Obviously, that would have been a pretty big loss for me. 7 is trade the opportunity for what it is, not what you want it to be. And 8 is stops go where the hypothesis is invalidated. Never pure money stops. 9, don't sweat missed trades you weren't ready for. I really like that one because there's sometimes where we're not ready. We see a trade, it happens, and we're 2 seconds too late. We're a minute too late, whatever it is, and then we're like, oh, I missed it. And what do? We typically jump in to another trade as soon as we can, even if it's not the correct one, right? So he says, don't sweat those missed trades, those missed opportunities, because there's always potential opportunities coming around the next corner. So reset, reload. So this is Dolgit Dwala, and this is the Unknown Market Wizards book by Jack Schwager.
And 9 goes back to 4 for me. I love that because that's really where, of course, in small caps, that's what's going to happen. Don't sweat the missed trades, right, that you weren't ready for. So if something starts halting or going crazy out of nowhere, I wasn't anticipating it. I wasn't looking at it already. It wasn't on my game plan. It wasn't part of today's process, right? So if that's the case, I let that go. And now maybe I'll reset and go, okay, Josh, let's wait for that setup that you do trade in this ticker, right? Because all the other trades that you were looking for, you were anticipating them. You were ready. You were game plan going. But now this one's coming out of nowhere, right? Let that go. Let it go. Literally, you just go watch Frozen. Let it go.
Maybe let it go. And Jackie, I think number 8, what he's talking about here is you put your stop where if you think this is the part where everything's going to turn, this is the moment where you have a hypothesis, right? Let's say you're bearish and it's going to go down X amount of dollars, or you think you've got this opportunity to run with this amount of play of getting into a trade. He's saying put your stop where that is invalidated, essentially, where it reverses what you were thinking originally when you got into the position or right before you got into the position.
Good stuff there. Love it. Yeah, that's some crazy. I know Hamid said, I don't believe it. Hamid, that's what of course Schwager does. This whole market wizards. He has to do all the due diligence to verify. Michael Nosses talk about this at further extent, of course, in many live streams in the past because he loves those books. But yeah, he does all. You have to verify all the winnings. It's not like, oh yeah, here I did this. No, they have to literally show their statement, everything. They have to verify that they are who they are, what they've done is really true. So yeah, any person that's in that market, any of those market wizards books, they truly did it. And they have verified their profits, which just shows how good they are.
And 298% annual returns. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's like small cap. I mean, I've had that. Honestly, I've had pretty close to that, right? Because small caps, you're thinking about, 20-30% gains. You just go back to today, right? If you go back to WLDS here, and just the gains on how you're adding up these gains. So we'll go back to WLDS. 1 minute time frame. You're getting in at 470, and you're taking profit at 370. That's great percentage gains, just like that, right? So they can add up. Now, again, doing that in like a mega to large cap sector, where you're really having to, like he said, and I think that's what happens with a lot of those guys that get those big percentage returns. They're heavy. They're going heavy on their wins. They're that high conviction, and they're going heavy, and they're putting the pedal to the metal, so to speak. Where it's definitely most traders don't do that. So yeah, getting 300% is absolutely, and to do it that long is what's so awesome.
9 years of 300%.
Yep. And Jack, I don't know if you know which one we're talking about, the like buttons. There's two ways to smash like buttons here on the live stream. There is this cute little guy right here. You can do that all you want. We need this one smashed. We need that guy right there smashed right there. That's the one. Go smash that if you haven't already. I've already smashed it, of course. I know my man Jesse has. Nigel, Jack, I hope you smash it. Hamid, D-Rada in the chat. I think the cute little guys down there that you're pressing, like these little cute guys, I'll put some hundreds in. Then I'll put some of these guys in. And then I'll throw some hearts in. And then I'll throw some of these oh my god faces in. I think that helps with algorithms possibly, or just to let us know that, hey, you're cute. We want the likes, though. We want the real likes. We want that smack. We also sub. If you have not subscribed to us, we're slowly growing. I've done the math. We're almost at 1,000 new subscribers over the past month. Really started paying attention to that about a week before July 4th, so about a month ago right now. So we appreciate all those newcomers coming on over. Don't forget, you can come on over here. Jesse will be back with, of course, Steve and Alejandra for earnings. Big afternoon today on earnings. Jesse, do you have a favorite one besides? Is Ford the main one you're looking at? Is that your
Ford's
favorite?
my big one, yeah. BE. I'll look at BE. But yeah, and I also want to get Steve's analysis. Steve does such a great job of kind of knowing, what we're going to be really talking about and what really is going to be the one to look for. He's so good at that. But Ford for me is the big one.
Speaking of forward moving, we have SPY with some good moves here, and I don't think I'm going to have to worry about holding that low of day, Jesse. I think we're going to be good to go, huh?
Nice. Yeah. Yep. You're doing good. You're doing good, brother. Q's trying to come back, trying to hit a new high of day at 678.
Yeah, I like both of these. Yeah, I like both of these back up today. I'm seeing this 43.15, 43-ish area up to 45, 43.50. I'm going to say we get back up to that, Jesse. So would not be surprised until lunch, guys. We continue to make this move up. Watch for move up to the 43s is where I'm going to say the SPY moves to next. Have a little bit of failed resistance area right here at 42.15, 42.20. If we get through that, watch for the move up to 43, 43.50. It's going to happen. You heard it here first. It's going to happen. I can't Donald Trump. I intend to do Donald Trump.
Oh, my gosh. I'll help you work on that.
I just need to hear it. I'm good when I hear stuff. If I hear it, I can kind of emulate it, right? But just out of the gate, like Megatron, like you're like, do it, and I'll try to do it back.
Okay. Now you will do it.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
That's really great. That's really great. Believe me, you did very
good. That's really great.
AK-47 doing his thing.
I've got to work on that a little bit.
I gotta work on it. That's what we do the rest of the last 15 minutes. Voiceovers with Jesse. That's right. Today we're working on Elmo from Sesame Street.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah. What's funny, Jesse, the other day, out of nowhere, of course you did Megatron, but it was I think it was this weekend. Out of nowhere. I was doing this. I was like, I sound like Jesse doing Megatron. I don't know. This is coming out of nowhere. I was like, I was literally like, I felt like you were coming in, out of me or whatever. But yeah,
I was coming out of you, man. I was in you and I was coming out.
Get out of me.
I like it, though. Nice move here on SPY on the way back on up. It seems like we're going to have that really on, in my opinion. I like it. I don't want it for Tesla. But yes, we're carrying the load. What sector you're looking in, whether it's the Qs, it's SPYs, we're moving on up. It depends on what ticker you're looking at that's in each one of those. We're moving up, baby, across the board. I don't really see one that's not really doing the thing.
Yeah.
Apple, there's that squeeze out of the bell, took profit. I was actually in pre-market on Apple looking for a bigger squeeze. Unfortunately, did not get it. Just kind of go back over this real quickly. Apple. We're just moving back up. I can't go back. I don't know what's going on with my days. There we go. Now my days will let me go back further. There for a minute was not letting me go back. So we're ramping back up to all-time highs here. We see this move up. Now we're moving back up into it yesterday. This still just overall should have probably held some shares here, honestly, because I do still, this play continues to fly up. I think it goes to 350, it's 375, 380. I just feel like if I want to do a long-term swing, I should get in lower. But it's been one of those things where I look back today, I was in at 338.75 in pre-market. And then, of course, it hit the 340s, which was nice, 342s. Got almost 4 points out of it, which was really nice. But I love this, guys. Apple, I think, is going to do that thing. I don't think it's going to do the AMD thing. I don't think it's going to do this, guys. I know a lot of people will have to go to a further time frame back now. Let's go to the 4-hour 1 year. AMD here, massive move, right? That was a thing, Jesse, right? From April all the way. I mean, that's doing the thing. Of course, we saw ARM do the thing as well. So ARM was another one doing a thing at that time. MU did its thing. SNDK, we know what did the thing from April into the first of summer. I don't think Apple's ever going to do that. I think Apple's just going to be what Apple is, and the slow and steady matriculator. Now, I'm still a little annoyed that Amazon is still struggling. My point being, back to 2023, I was telling traders across the globe to get in long Tesla, to get in long NVDA, to get in long Apple, to get in long Amazon. Those are my 4 favorites. I should have gotten in any of the other 3, but of course I choose the one that's the slow and the steady that is just going to be Amazon and just do its thing. And I figured by 2025 we'd get to 250, and we did just that.
Yeah.
We've just had trouble since there, and it just is kind of, it seems about tapped out. And now this is where, and then I look at Apples of the world and go, oh yeah, I should have done Apple. Or of course NVDA, because at that time NVDA was well before it ever went to $1,000, and that was the one that, well, I don't know if you guys would even be seeing me on the live stream if I would have picked NVDA over it. But that's here nor there, and unfortunate. But Apple, I do like this. I do like this. I do like it. So I know we have earnings on Thursday. I'm going to say on Thursday, this play goes to $300 or $400, Jesse. We'll see it at 400 by Thursday.
Yeah. 400 by Thursday for Apple? Yeah. I think that's possible. I'll say 380.
Okay.
380. I'm not sure about 400. That'd be cool. I'll say 380 though.
Says that would be cool. That sounded like almost Donald Trump coming out of you, but you just didn't do the accent.
The problem is I do it 2 minutes. There's certain voices I do too much that they start becoming my own voice. So it's, it's like this weird hybrid voice.
I like it. Hey, it's all good. It keeps things entertaining. I like it. I can kind of catch the Trumpisms when you say them. Yeah, here comes Apple or SPY even more. SPY through that last level. Now going up for some more here. Watch for SPY to get to 43, if not 43, 50, 60 area within the before power hour. Before you see our faces again in power hour, which got about 10 minutes left here. And I'll go back and do some breakdowns of small caps. With large caps, we see the reversal. It's going on up. Let's go back to defense. Defense.
And defense. TAC said MU fast reversal. Yeah, TAC, that really it really has reversed potentially. Well, in truth, we are at the pre-market low. We're literally on the pre-market low right now. So if it can hold and maybe go back up, that would be interesting. But yeah, what does look like a reversal, and I thought that too, or I do think that is still like we still have a long ways to go to go back up. We're still down 8%.
Little inverse head and shoulders forming there at that overall too. If you look at the chart for the day, 3 minute, 5 minute time frame, you'll see a little bit of upside down head and shoulders, and inverse head and shoulders there. Nice move back on up. So there's our shoulder, there's our head, there's our other shoulder, there's our neckline to the shoulder, so to speak, somewhere in this area, and we're holding it now. So breaking out, hold it. That would be key here for more continuation on MU Micron. And I did talk about this earlier today in extent as far as in my morning alerts. These are, of course, the alerts that I talk about quite often that I give every morning. I just do think MU over time I think its time to shine was done. It's going to pull back some more into the 700s. Might even see the 600s again, and then we'll start to move back on up. Now, candlestick confirming each day, hourly, in my opinion, is going to be the biggest thing. And this last note is it, right around 805, 806 from last week. And if we can hold that, which we're confirming and holding today so far, which is key. So if we can continue to do that, maybe we do break this little higher or lower high pattern, This lower low pattern, if you go back and look at it overall, the lows are starting to get lower on the run down here. And overall, that's what you want to look at. Low, 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 low. We're going to make new lows here, and it could be coming up. Of course, MU has earnings that's coming around the corner too as well. So we'll see how that works out. But
you think we ever see and potentially hold 1,000 in the near future, or you think we just have a lot of room to the downside with it?
No, I think we do, but it would. If I had to say, just my intuition on, and usually pretty decent on these, I would say it's probably not going to be until later this year, if not into next year, until we get over 1,000 and then hold and roll. To me, it's just these overextended moves. When I've seen them throughout time, the last, I'd say last 5 years that I've watched stocks, right? You make a move from 350 all the way up to, we'll just call it almost 1350. I mean, you go about $1,000, 1,000 points, truly, within about 3 months, which is crazy sauce. It's just due for a chill out. It's just due to relax, to consolidate. That's just what we're going to see. And you can tell here recently, like you've been talking about, 1,000's just been, we were holding it for a while and it looked good. And now since then, it's the opposite. And so to me, I always call it's kind of evened each other out, where we're up above it for a while, and now we've been back below it for a while. But we're not back up to 1K. We're way down here, about the same amount of time we're above it. That's why I feel bearish in this. I feel we do make maybe one more pop up into the high 800s, maybe close to 9, before then cooling over for more. So like if I had to draw the chart out, I bet we come up, come down, go up again one more time, and then and then just continue this downtrend and this lower low pattern into the 700s. I don't think we'll ever get lower than 650, 660, somewhere in this area right through here. So I think my entry is going to be good forever. I don't think we'll ever see lower than 630, in my opinion. But I do think, yes, it's going to consolidate, maybe some more downside, and then eventually work its way back up, and then claiming 1K. Of course, that wouldn't be till months on in from now. Although, let us go way out here. Let's keep going. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we can draw some charts. We're going to draw some charts, baby, all right? Although I'm not going to pull the lines in, but I think maybe I can actually do that, right? If I do like this, and then like this, I can just leave it on maybe, all right, and go boom, bam, bam. Can I do another one? Okay, well, I'll just keep doing it. Okay, boom. Let's not go that high. Let's not go that high. My bad here. So hold on. Here we go, Jess. We're going to draw this out. That's what I think I see happening right here. Essentially, something along these lines. Over time, let's put another one in. We'll come back up and do this, put another one in, and then really see that sell off. Oh no, this is we're still in September. Okay, my bad. Okay, maybe let's draw them out a little bit longer. Now we're in October. We maybe make another small little move back up to like right here. And then we do, here we go. I like sell off, something along those lines. And then we hit one of these little banger sauces. Do that little Santa rally here, and we just go boof, something like that. Something along those lines, where we consolidate, chop around, find our way back down into the 600s, possibly set low 700s, before then taking back off and doing that, kind of maybe doing one of these things again, surging through 1K, then coming down, holding it, moving back up to all-time highs. So that's what I would look at. We're going to leave this in. We're going to leave this in. See if this works out like Steve leaves his in. So we'll leave that in down the line and see if AK-47, Mr. Josh Smith over here, is right or wrong on Micron in the foreseeable future. But that's what I see.
All right. I'm betting the farm, Josh. I hope you're right.
All right. So the farm, well, guess what? Hopefully it doesn't have a burn on it, baby, because I'm burning it down. I'm burning it all down. Jessie, she's going down in a heap of flames.
It's going down, baby.
It's going down. Okay, speaking of going down, defense here. I think this play has possible one more leg up on it before it goes down. DFNS, this is, to me, still your barn burner play. And I bet we're looking at this again tomorrow. Again, eggs still now starting to crack back on off. It had that really tight wedge. You can consolidate, right down. And then, boom, had the sell off, crack it, reconfirm as we come back up, test that what would have been downtrend, right? We retest it there, and we're falling over for more. That play is done. Speaking of down, INLF, anything that moved earlier in the day is just nasty sauce. Let's start to pop back up. If anything, it's gonna double top, do a little similar WLDS kind of thing where it pops up, doesn't get all the way back to the top. That's it. There's nothing that pretty out in the small cap sector that's going to steal anything away from defense here. So this is going to be your main watch. Could see one more drop before we see the pop. But what are we forming? A W. Keep your eye on that W. Breaking out of that neckline of this, we're going to see most likely a move. I know to 40, but probably to 50, Jesse, and anyone else out there. So I just want to put that out on the radar for anyone looking at defense. Crow, how we doing? Nigel, Jack, how we doing? How we doing? Smash that like button. How close are we? Come on, guys. We got to be getting closer, right? How close are we? 41. We're only 9 away. 9. Come on. Don't make me stay on this stream for 3 more hours until it's over. And I will if I have to get 9 more likes. Because I'm trying to give away a 25K eval. This is kind of simple stuff, right? It's not that I want to stick around to annoy you. I want to stick around because then I'm going to come back and give a 25K eval later on the earnings stream. Smack it, Tack. Come on, Snowman, Crow. I know Delonte, you guys have better smacked it. Hulk Smash, you better do it right now. I just had a Jeep recall. Snowman, what was it for? Yeah, those recalls can suck, but that's the world we live in anymore with all the technology, with all these vehicles and all the electronics that are in them.
Tack adding to IBM and ServiceNow. Yeah.
Okay.
ServiceNow up over, it was up 5%, 4% now. Yeah, Tack ServiceNow is looking strong today.
Oh, great job. Appreciate it, Crow. Great start of the week, boys. Yes, it's been a good start. It's been a good start, honestly. I've had a good last couple of days, honestly, here. From good start to the week, Monday and Tuesday. Of course, I love these halting plays. A little bit harder to trade. I get that, but for me, I love them. Got used to them in 2020 when we had them all day, every day, it seemed like. Oh, whoa, rejection, Jesse. Oh, whoa. I was literally about to say, watch, this was up at 30. Whoa. Okay, not halting down. It's not going to halt down. It is basing off of this low from earlier here. So what we're going to do is say the real true lows are right there. We can see that now coming in off of this halt up area from earlier. Whoa, I was about to say, watch for the W shape. This looks like it's about to W any moment. And then, woo. And this is why I don't trade this time of the day. I let it go. I say I've traded in the morning. I'm 4 for 4. Let it go. And yeah, I love Corning. GLW, we've talked about this an extensive amount over the last few weeks. I like this to the long side. Had the sell off with earnings today. Not too surprised. Again, just looking at the chart overall with Corning. Go back to GLW. Last ticker we'll break down on the day. It did just look a little bearish. Why? Well, if I had to come in here, Jesse, and let's put some trend lines in. You know I love my trend lines, Jesse. I love my trend lines, man. I love them. Boom. Trend line crack. Candlestick confirm outside of it. We're just multi-day, multi-now, looks like week, pulling back. I do see some beautiful add-in area, though. Tax all over it. Anywhere around 125. Now down here around the 115 area. And then the best for me, I love all this old resistance, and we blow up to all-time highs. Anything around 95 would be absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, it was just due for a pullback, even more so after that trend crack right there. But I do love some Corning. And the reason why, well, I have Corning, and it's Corning Gorilla Glass is what they call it. And so my front windshield to my Jeep Wrangler 392 is made out of Corning glass. So I actually literally do own some Corning glass, like actual physical Corning glass.
You own it. You have stock in the company physically, literally.
Literally.
You own some of Corning.
Give it to me, baby. All right, that's it for now. Smash that like button. I'll be back to check on you guys. I'm gonna come creeping back in on you guys here in the next hour and say, why are we not to 50 likes? Do you guys not want a 25K eval for free? Or credit sort of 50K, 100K, 200K? What are we thinking? Come on, it's football season. NFL teams are back at training camp and games are around the corner. Yeah. That's right. Let's go, baby.
I'll see you guys this afternoon.
See you guys back in a bit.
What is up, traders? We are live here with Trade the Pool. It is me, Steve Tileman, Jesse Pfister, and a fresh cup of coffee.
And
So we're ready to go.
I just told my son. I said, "Hey, if you want to, man, if you want to make some afternoon coffee, bring me down a cup." So I hope his girl Friday or whatever they call him. I hope my bus boy, hope my son. I hope he brings me a cup of coffee at some point.
That's why you have the kids, right? That's my impression. Yeah, little personal servants. I love it. So soon, Jesse, soon. We have some stuff to talk about here. I'm dealing with just a little bit of lag. Apologies there. But look at Micron on the left here. Absolutely ripping off the lows. Nice $15 move here. And I think it's just getting started, Jesse. Do you think the pain is over? Or do you think that we're just taking a little bit of a reprieve here from the semiconductor beatdown?
Well, it has been a beatdown today. I mean, we were down much lower with MU. What was it? 789, I believe, was the low of day. I'm looking at it too. Yeah, 789. So yeah, we have seen a beatdown. I like to see it rising again, as it were. It took a breather. But here's the thing, even though it is ripping or it's going back up, we're still below the pre-market low at this moment, and we're still negative 8%. So, it's going to need to do a lot more ripping to the upside to get us back in anywhere near the bullish territory.
You're so right. And that's why, despite me picking up a starter for the long-term position, I picked up a starter yesterday, took it as an intraday trade long at I forget, we can talk about the exact levels the levels are moving so fast, Jesse. That's the crazy thing. It feels like 2 days ago this thing was at 1,000. Anyways, I took took a scalp, ran with one runner share as the kind of placeholder long position. Well, that got stopped out real quick, Jesse, overnight. I did hear that alert and tag into the short, so we can talk about that in a little bit. That was very lucrative for this guy. And now, I almost drifted into Trump there. Now I'm just looking to buy the dip, but I still don't feel safe because of exactly what you mentioned. We're still so far down. Let me show you on the hourly chart as well, guys, just how much damage has been done to these charts. And while we have gotten a significant move off the bottom, it still doesn't feel safe. Still very much in sketchy territory with 2 big earnings days coming up. And really 3 big earnings days, because we have a lot of implications today, too, with the semiconductor AI kind of trade. We got a lot to talk about in that regard. So in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes at the latest, we're going to be hopping on into that presentation. I might want to start a little earlier, if that's cool with you, just to make sure we get through it all, because we got a big star-studded lineup today. We have, what is it? Why did my earnings calendar pull up last week? 'Cause that's not correct. I know we have BE is my favorite to watch. Okay. But let me get the full list for you. Were there any jumping out at you earlier?
Ford. I drive a Ford truck, man. I can't lie. I do like the company. Not so much really the stock. It's a pretty boring stock in all honesty. But, earnings, Ford, hey, I'm going to take a look at it. But I think you're right, BE, that should be a good one to look at. I'm going to get everything set up here on my end so that way we can get everything ready to rock and roll and get some good trading, some live trading. Will I blow up? Or will we make some profit and get some dinner this weekend? I don't know, but we'll find out.
Jesse, I think you've got this locked down. I think the biggest thing is going to be sticking with your conviction, because you were so dead on about your read on Intel. You were just like 5 minutes too early, And I was looking at my chart.
I was 5 minutes too early, but that it did come back into a bearish sentiment, and it's still bearish, right? INTC, holy cow! Last time I checked it, and I need to check it here in a minute. What was it at $80-something? 87 was the last time I checked it. I need to take a look.
Yeah, wild moves there, wild moves. All across the board, really, we're seeing some crazy stuff. We saw Lumentum, the leader in the photonic space, just absolutely brutalized all the way down to its 200-day moving average. Did find a nice catch. I picked up one share of this as well at 640. So I'm up like $20 on my dip buys so far. Maybe a little more with the Micron. But it feels good, Jesse, to dip my toes in, but give myself the out of, hey, we might drop another 5%, but I want these things long term. And I'll feel okay holding a tester starter position of Micron and Lumentum, even if the AI narrative turns out to be so dang wrong for whatever reason. If we turn out to be so wrong, I owe it to myself to let these ideas, these leaders in the fundamentals of these spaces, to kind of play out and do what stocks do, which is go up hundreds of percents, then come down 20, 30, 40% sometimes, So I'm trying to give them the room that they need, and for me that's a sizing thing. Are you dip buying yet, or are you holding off?
I am for which one?
Just anything in the AI trade in particular.
You know what? No, I have not been dip buying in my other accounts. I did some scalps today that were to the short side, and this is probably the time to, right? This is probably the time to do some dip buying, but I've been so locked in just the moment of intraday day trading that I really haven't been looking at my swing trades and more of my longer or longest term holds. So I need to probably do that. This is probably the time to be doing that.
Well, it's just so hard to balance, isn't it? Like you have to be in completely different mindsets when you're trading a long-term, when you're investing in a long-term account, when you're trading the short-term one, and the whipping price action short-term gives great entries for your long-term positions if you don't stare at every candle and if you don't freak out when you're slightly red, and basically treat it like a weekly call option, and I see a lot of that. So it's really hard to shift for me personally. So I'm kind of the same way. And this is like me being proactive and planting my flag so that I don't look back and go, man, sure, I caught some nice intraday trades on the way up and in the bottom, but I didn't really capitalize on the easy money, which is to buy the dip, with shares and chill.
Rip. Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where I'm at there. Just watching semiconductors, Micron in particular, just hanging out. They're popping over their VWAP. Some of the laggards today, SMH pushing up off its VWAP. So I'm thinking this is healthy price action. And Jesse, one more that I want to put on your guys' radar here that I picked up a little teensy bitty starter of. This is the long-term play. This is the 5-year plan. And I say that because ACMR has China exposure, and I believe that China is going to be a major, major player in the AI move going forward here. I think open source is going to be the name of the conversation for the next foreseeable time here. We're seeing all of these big boys talk about it. And that's what I'm kind of watching here for ACMR is Chinese exposure to the AI infrastructure trade coming down to this previous swing high, Jesse. And I'm a big fan here. It's just been, hard to find the spot to pull the trigger on these kind of names. Hoping that I'm right, but not sure, to be honest.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. What were your trades today? You said you had mentioned MU. You also traded some MU today?
Yeah, I was trading MU and SOXS to the downside overnight. So I can show you that.
You did very well then, I'm sure.
It was a fun night. There was a beautiful. Well, that being said, I didn't trade the open. I caught all of the move to the downside on this. Well, I mean, all the move until the open, and then it was like that was half the move in 5 minutes, and I was up like not up, but I was like I checked my phone a few times in the night to make sure the trade was going okay. It was kind of stressful. It's stressful for me winning and not managing it, like really watching every candle, So for me, I was like at open. I don't know if this is catching or not. I don't know if this was the bottom flush out here down into 830, which was a level for me. So I just said, hey, I'm gonna ring the register at when it popped back up over whatever 840 or something. And the SOX S trade was even better for me actually. This one was just a bottle rocket. Getting in basically right when Korea opened. That was the entry for me because I was waiting to see if KOSPI was going to be weak. And when Korea opened, that's where this kind of fuchsia block starts. It was just
really fell last night. It was a killer. I was going through X last night on my phone, and KOSPI. That's how you say it, right? KOSPI.
Yeah.
The Korean. Oh, dude. It was
like Bill.
Was getting shellacked. Like KOSPI.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was.
So many jokes there, but I won't go there.
I know. I was like, so much leave it to your imagination. You fill in the.
I'll let someone else fill it in.
Absolutely, ripper move there. And KOSPI it hit 6K, and then it closed slightly over it. So the 6K that was my first sign to sell, but then we just kept selling after the KOSPI closed. So then it was just it was a I don't even know how to describe it. It felt like a water slide. Just like instead of water, though, it was like the blood of bulls that just tried to buy the dip and just failed. And hey, that might be me tomorrow, but I'm planting my flag just a little bit because I think
hey, I've got some amazing news. Amazing news, some great news. We're about to give away another 25K eval. You know why?
Because did we get 50 likes?
We hit 50 likes in the chat. Yes, in the stream.
Thank you guys.
Exactly. And look, guys, we got 2 hours of earnings right now to still give. So continue, please, with the 50 likes. Here's the deal, though. So The giveaway participation link, it's pinned in both the chat and the description. So check that out. We're going to give away a 25K eval. So thank you very much for all the likes. Please continue. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. And yeah, we love to give away evals. So please continue to hit the like button and all the good stuff. So we'll announce that. Let's see. I think we're going to announce it on the stream.
We should.
I believe
I
we
want
are.
to.
I believe we
I would
are.
love to, if we
I
can.
believe we will. Yeah, if we can. Yep.
Yes,
we will
we got
announce
word
it on
in
the stream.
from the boss.
Perfect.
Awesome.
We got Ricky in the chat. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry, I just looked at my little window here. Am I visible to you guys? Oh, sorry guys. Let me try to fix that. Oh man.
We got Ricky. Ricky's in the chat. Steve, SK Hynix, and Seagate. Thoughts on post-earnings reaction? Hey, that's a good question, Ricky. I'm sure we can get to that. Just go ahead and we'll wait for Steve to come back. Tack, good to see you in chat. Always good to see you. And Jack says, okay, guys, I need some ideas. I have stopped out of everything pretty much. Break even today. What have you been trading, Jack? Tell me, give me some ideas of the tickers that you've been. I think we were talking MU this morning, if I'm not mistaken. I know you had mentioned it. So tell me what tickers you were looking at, and we can kind of maybe give you some ideas. Look at the SAS, Adrian says. Look at the SAS, SAAS. Good to see you, Adrian. Tack as always. Michael DeRider's in chat. Good to see you, D-Rider. Nigel, hey man, good to see you. Always good to see the familiar names and the new names, of course, in the chat. Let's take a look at what we have going on here. This is Ford, and I was just bringing this up a little while ago just to kind of get an idea of where it's been. I don't trade Ford typically, so I wanted to look at the daily and go, okay, where are we at with Ford? Where's it been? Where might it go? So let's just take a look at that. Ford is a $14 stock. I don't know why I thought it was more than that. I thought we were up in the 30s at least with Ford. Let's see where it's been. 17. Let's go back a little ways. Let's go back. Down to 9. Woo. Okay. 14. I remember 14 being this is one thing about Ford I do remember. I remember 14 being a place of resistance. So that is interesting. Yeah. I mean, this just looks like a $14, $15 stock. 15. Yeah. Yeah, and then where were we at here? I'm not going to go too much further back. This is already 3-4 years ago. Yeah. Okay, so we did climb down. Holy cow. Hello, Ford. Where were we at? $25? What happened? They didn't sell enough F-150s. I don't know what happened with Ford. I own an F-150. I like my F-150. Great truck. It's up a point, almost a point and a half today. Let's take a look. Kind of got a bit of a gap on this 1-day chart at least. Let me expand. Wiki on up, and then we're just right here in the middle. We're just right. This is interesting. Maybe a bearish, maybe kind of a bearish flag on the 1-day. If we do go down tonight. And Steve, of course, can give us some really good deep diving kind of analysis. I'm sure he already has some stuff planned out. But do we have support maybe around the $13.5 mark, somewhere in that range? If we go to the upside. Tonight, I don't know, maybe 16. 1666. Could we tap 20? It'd have to be pretty good earnings to go up that much. It'd have to be really good earnings, and we'll have to see what Steve has cooked up for us as far as numbers are concerned, as far as what they're thinking. This is Clack. We're also going to look at Clack tonight. Woo, Clack has fallen off. Look at this. Anyone trade Clack? $193, down 5% today. This is interesting. This thing really fell. They must have Did they have like a reverse split? That's my guess. I'm sure TAC or somebody can let me know. Whew. That really fell, unless it was a reverse split. That must be what it was. Okay, so 193 and falling down 5% with CLAC. What does CLAC do? Anyone know? I've never traded CLAC. Never traded CLAC. Let me look at the comments, see if anybody's telling me what it does. Crow Lucid, the Nigel says, hey, Crow Trades. Oh, Crow Trades. How you doing? What's up, fellas? He says, Nigel. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, hey, you mentioned Netflix, TAC. I was watching Netflix earlier. Holy cow, Netflix. Netflix and chill. Oh, my goodness. I was up. Last I checked, it was up 5%. It was up a lot. It was up a lot. TAC says bought Ford. Let me show this one. Bought Ford at 8. It's almost 8. Yeah. Hasn't quite gone parabolic, TAC. They need to bring back the Fox body, Joby1 Kenobi says. Anything good today, Tyler Smith? Well, if you like shorting semiconductors, Tyler, that's been a good one. I've done my fair share of shorting today with the semiconductor market. That's for sure. That's for sure. Dow moves. Matthew, good to see you in chat. Okay. Says BBAI. Uh-oh. Now, I actually have a swing in BBAI, and I have not even checked it today. What is BBAI doing, Big Bear? What is Big Bear Holdings doing? This could be interesting. Oh, my gosh. I won't even tell you what I have my position in. It is not $2. I'll tell you that. It's a little bit more than 2. It's a little bit more than $2, I'll tell you. Wow. I don't even want to look at this anymore. Let's look at BE because Steve likes BE. Steve-O likes BE, so we're going to look at BE for a minute. On the one-day chart, by the way, that's what this one is. This thing's just been falling down. It's falling down. Look at this, 165 on the daily here. We've had 1, 2, 3 red days in a row. This green day, if you want to call it that, really wasn't much. So this thing's been really trending to the downside for BE. Down already today, 12%. Is this going to be a good short tonight? And we'll need to see when they print earnings. 350. This thing was at 350. Wow. It's at 165. This is just days. Anybody trade BE? I'm more of a large cap trader. Well, I guess this is kind of a large cap. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is this has lost a lot of mojo. Wow. Let's see where it was. We've kind of just done some consolidation for a while here. Yeah. We moved up to 350, it looks like. We moved up. Oh, man. This thing is something. Yeah, check out that free account giveaway, guys. Make sure that you see it's in the chat. It's in the description. We're going to give away an eval, $25K. We did hit 50 likes for the stream today. Thank you very much. It means a lot to us. It really does help us grow. We are growing exponentially. It's really cool to see the growth that Trade the Pool has been doing now for months, even a few years. I'm still relatively new here, but even, was it 3 months, 4 months that I've been on the streams? And wow, I mean, we are growing. It's wonderful to see. BE, let's talk about this. Let's go down a little bit. Let's talk about the 15-minute. All right. So, of course, a bearish day, obviously. Fell below VWAP. We challenged VWAP, and then we lost the challenge. And now we're kind of back there again. So, we've made it above. Can we hold? I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe we can hold. The Fister, Jesse, holding it down, the Crow Trade says. That's right, man. I'm holding it down. Holding it down. Great opportunity. To tell you, Jesse Trades on YouTube. I started a new YouTube channel. I'm very small, so check it out if you want to. Jesse Trades. I recap my own day trades. I talk to other traders. I do interviews. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun. There it is, my coffee. Hey, thanks, son. Thank you so much. You want to say hi real quick? Just say hi.
Hi.
Well, your face isn't on there. There you go.
Hi.
There you go. All right. Do you like trading?
Well, I haven't started trading yet.
All right, but you're going to like it eventually?
Probably.
All right, cool. Awesome. Thanks, Jude.
Mm-hmm.
Woo, that's hot coffee. I'm ready now. I am ready now. But yeah, my YouTube channel, Jesse Trades, I do a lot of interviews. I've already started doing a lot of interviews. Really enjoy that. And also recap trades, do some live trading. And then, talk a lot about Trade the Pool, even on my own channel. Because why? I love it, right? You don't have to pay me to like Trade the Pool. I like Trade the Pool. I like it that much that I'll go to another channel and I'll still talk about Trade the Pool. Jesse Jr. in the house. Yeah, he's my second son. My wife and I just had this conversation, the opportunity to have Jesse Jr. is well past us. We have 6 kids and can't do the Jesse Jr. thing. Although now I look back and kind of wish I did. It's okay. It's all right. Tyler Smith says, terrible timing. JJ, that's right. Ricky, love getting stuck in a pop in something that's been short all year. Nigel, yeah, I'll tell him you said hi, Nigel. He's starting to know the names of the people because he will watch the show and sometimes even comment himself. He'll write things in the chat on occasion, and I'll catch it. And I'll be like, oh, that's my son. He's writing stuff in the chat. Man, Jesse, I've been there, dude. Tack, yeah. Tack, when are we going to get sushi? We need to get sushi sometime. I want to get sushi. Amazing, Jesse. Tack had a third D-Gen traders in his blood. Nigel says, push it down, Tack. Push it down. I like lower prices. Yeah, push it down. Push it down. All right, so where were we? B. Let's talk about B. B has made it over VWAP. Can it hold above VWAP? I don't know. I hope it can. We're above the 9. We're above the 20. And it's looking for some more. I'm going to break it down a little bit more because this is something we're going to be looking at. And this might be what I'm trading. Let me know in the chat what you guys think about BE tonight. Let me know. What do you think? Long or short? Obviously, it's had a day. Holy cow, down negative 10%. What do you got? Or 10 points, 11 points now. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to have good earnings for BE? What is your thought process with it? I know Steve has lots of thoughts on it. I know he's got some good prep going with BE that's coming out here pretty soon. So let me know what you think about it. It is hard to look at the charts and to think somehow this thing is going to be bullish this evening. That's my sentiment on it. It's from where we've been and continually even today. Like, man, they're going to have to do some good earnings beat to actually get us on a real bullish trend, which is possible, right? Anything is possible in the markets. But this thing is down. This thing is down, almost down for the count. Wow. So I'm on a 5-minute chart right now looking at it. And this is a point in which, let's take a look here. Let me try to Josh Smith this, right? Get your lines in. I love that about him. So just looking at, near past numbers, kind of what's going on. This is a point of potential resistance, obviously. 167s. And yeah, let's see. And once we hit 167 over here today, this thing cratered and it fell. So this is a real testing point at the moment, I would say, for BE. If this thing starts getting, if shorts take over here, we might just be traveling past VWAP down to the downside once again. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's got it in it. I don't know. And if we do get past it, where could we head initially? 168. I mean, look at this thing. This thing dropped a lot today. We were at 177, 178. So maybe. It's definitely worth watching. It's what we're gonna watch this evening as one of the tickers for sure. Ford, we'll watch that. We'll watch Clack. And have I looked at STX yet? I don't believe I have. Let's take a quick gander at STX. A $749 stock. Wow. Okay. Let's take a look at the day chart with STX. Woo. 1,145. Is that the high of at least the most recent data that we have? It looks to be. And look, nice move on up to the 1,000s, and then since then we've given a lot back. Given a lot back for STX, several $100s. Definitely in a moment of what are we going to do with earnings? Because you got some support here at about 730s. In the 730s, you definitely have some support. And if it continues to fall, you're looking at 670 maybe, and maybe down to the 591s. Not tonight. I don't think that's going to move that much in one earnings, although you never know. I would just say you kind of have some support here in the 730s. Yeah, we kind of have some support there based on previous day data. But, guys, it's stocks, right? Anything can happen. We've seen it all. If we go to the upside, let's take a look at that. 776. We're at 752 today, right now. If we can get past this, now this 818 might be a point of resistance. I'm looking around 818s. That could be a point of resistance. If we can get over 818s, that's a lot. Wow, to 850. It's going to be interesting. STX, this is going to be an interesting chart to watch tonight. Let's break down, let's go down to the 15. Pardon me. So, yeah, looks like we have fallen and come back up. And we're kind of in the middle point of where we started today, or the high of day, right? So 777, 751s is where we're at now. Like BE, this is a point of what are we going to do? Are we going to go bullish or bearish? So we need it to, if you're a bull, you're going to need to get over this hump of 753s. You're going to need to get over that. Yep. Okay, sounds good. Okay, guys, we are going to switch over to our earnings stream. I will be back here very shortly. Just give me a moment, and we'll be back, and we'll be ready to go for some earnings. Give us just a moment, everyone.